knock on our door. We've been waiting for you. Where the kisses are hers and peace. Please come to. Come and dance on our floor. Take a step that is new. We've a lovable space that needs your face. Please company too. You'll see that life is a ball again. Laughter is calling for you. Down at our rendezvous. Please company too.
Welcome. This is a call to order. This is open session business meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order after closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on October 17, 2023 at 6:53 p.m. The board has been in closed session since 4 o'clock. Lene, please call roll.
Gonzalez. Here. Barclay.
Here.
Schwartz. Here. Wiersma.
Here.
Komrosky.
Here, we have a quorum. Thank you, Lene. Secretary to the board, Dr. Kimberly Velez, interim superintendent. Mrs. Lene Anasebar, executive assistant to the superintendent. And then we have somebody special here, Ella Balmer from Temecula Valley High School. She's going to lead us in the pledge. Everybody, please stand and remove your hats if you're wearing them. Hand over your heart, and Ella, you can lead us.
You gotta put it, I'll put my hand over my heart. Can you talk loud, please? She's been practicing. She got a little nervous here. Ready?
Do it.
Begin.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Miss Cubis, we have a certificate actually for Ella, and I think we'd like a picture as well.
That was so awesome. On that note, the next session, if Wyatt Gates, we will award you a certificate too. Mr. Wyatt, you are a patriot and you've led us twice in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not sure if you're here tonight, but we will reward you the same certificate. Okay. Items considered in closed session for action in open session. We have E1. I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter, number 40642.
Move.
Do we have a motion and a second? Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Barclay.
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Wiersma.
Aye.
Komorowski.
Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. Thanks, Lene. E1B, I call for a motion and a second to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter, number 32510, waiver of suspended expulsion.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Wiersma.
Barclay.
And if we could do roll, Lene?
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Barclay.
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Wiersma.
Aye.
Komorowski.
Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. Item K, a readout of action taken in closed session. Closed session began at 4 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Barclay to deny the claim for SMB received on September 19th, 2023, and the vote was 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. On to item L, recognitions, announcements, school-related organizations. We will now have our student spotlights and school-related organizations. Welcome up Jillian and Ellie from Chaparral High School.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Komorowski, Interim Superintendent Dr. Velez, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Jilly Herron.
And I'm Ellie Majorianet. Thank you for having us. Our school spirit has improved so much just within the school year. We are focusing heavily on student participation and connection, and as our Puma, it's been so fun. Students are scanning 5 stars to receive points for attending school activities and sports events, which has helped a ton. We have had great turnouts these past couple of weeks.
We had Because Nice Matters Week the week prior to Homecoming Spirit Week. The Spirit Days were to dress like a minion, dress as your younger self, Disney Day, Band T-shirt Day, to band together and be kind, and lastly, Jersey Day. We celebrated being kind all week on campus with lunch and outreach activities.
For our Grease-themed homecoming, our Spirit Week consisted of Pajama Day for Frenchie's Slumber Party, Beach Theme for Summer Lovin', Pink Lady Wednesday, which you wear pink, the movie Grease versus Grease, and then hopelessly devoted to blue.
To get our Pumas ready for the weekend homecoming festivities, we held our school-wide rally on Thursday. We had the most groups we have ever had perform in Chaparral history, including cheer, competitive dance, Platinum FX, Haka, Heo Hananani, a staff performance, and our brand new step team. The rally was phenomenal, and Ellie and I got the chance to try out our acting skills as 50s girls.
For homecoming halftime, we had our football game against Vista Marietta, and we had an amazing halftime performance put on by all of our hardworking groups that performed at the rally.
Homecoming at Shap was bigger than ever. Our event held more than 700 Pumas than it did last year. We had ice cream, tacos, churros, glitter tattoos, photo booths, live bands, game trucks, carnival rides, and a DJ. The dance was so much fun. We even had a VIP room for the top 50 students with the most 5-star points.
Now let's take a look at what's going on in the Puma Pit. Last Friday, we won an exciting back-and-forth football game against Marietta Valley, 36-35. This solidified our spot in the CIF playoffs. This Friday, we have an away game at Norco High School.
Girls volleyball has their first CIF playoff game this week away at North Pasadena. Good luck, ladies.
Boys water polo starts their carousel playoffs tonight at 7. Crush it out there, boys.
Goodbye, summer, and hello to fall. We are starting our canned food drive and moving forward with all our fall events. We have been recently collaborating with TV and GOAT. In fact, Great Oak just hosted the Tri-School Middle School Leadership Conference, which was so fun and spirited. Coming in November, we will also present the Tri-School show, Miss Marvelous.
Our Fab 5 team just took a trip over to Orange Vista High School to present at the Cata Arena F Middle School Leadership Conference. They had a great time and even brought back some new games for our ASB class to learn.
Red Ribbon Week is on the books for next week. The days are sweatpants workout, red, white, and blue, tie-dye, pink out, and of course blue. Pumas are keeping it classy and saying no to drugs.
Thanks again for having us.
Keep
it classy, Pumas.
Thanks, Jillian and Ellie. From Great Oak High School, we have Alyssa and Madison. Welcome up.
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa, the Great Oak Senior School Board representative. This has been an exciting few weeks. This past Friday, we were blessed to have 2 organizations that represent student sections attend our pink game. The biggest fan was in attendance. We are fortunate that they use our student section to promote their company. Second, student section reports came out and observed us as they said that we were in a class by ourselves. Our student section continues to thrive and focuses on us. Our goal each week is to create an environment where it is fun and where the visiting team is impressed with our spirit and culture. We strive to never insult opposing schools. We had multiple Red Wave events this month with water polo, field hockey, and volleyball. With 350 student leaders, we are all encouraged to support all of our teams. Our boys cross country is currently ranked #1 in CIF. Boys and girls both went to Portland and won a national race. They continue to thrive. During the first week of October, we were kept busy. Our annual blood drive was held on October 2nd for students ages 17 and older. We had a total of 91 students participate, 79 signups, and 12 walk-ins, which equals to 49 pints of blend donated that day. October 2nd to the 6th was our voter registration week, where students in our Rho Kappa and political youth clubs got together during lunch and encouraged students to pre-register if they are 16 to 18, or register if they are 18. It was amazing to see so many students getting involved. We are also starting Falls Giving with our Operating Christmas Child and canned food drive. All cans donated will go to the Community Mission of Hope. Operation Christmas Child is a nonprofit organization that donates boxes filled with a bunch of presents to children in need. This year, Great Oak will donate nearly 350 boxes to this great organization. On the 16th, 17th, and 18th, students with a GPA of 3.75 or more in their previous year are being recognized during an academic letter ceremony. This year, we have 1,000 students receiving this award. Great Oak is thrilled to announce that we were one of the few high schools in the area to receive platinum status from the College Board. We received multiple awards from the College Board and are proud to be one of their premier schools. Thank you so much for having me. We can't wait to see you at the next meeting in November, and as always, go Wolfpack.
Thanks, Alyssa. Next up from Temecula Valley High School, we have Alicia and Kenzie. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. We are glad to be here this evening, and thank you again for having us. As usual, I'm Alicia.
And I'm Kenzie McMacken, a sophomore filling in for Nick. Today was such an exciting and busy day on campus. It was our college and career kickoff. There were presentations for all 4 classes by counseling. Our seniors took the class of 24 panoramic photo with 600 seniors looking good in gold. We learned a little bit about college applications, and the juniors got to speak to over 40 representatives at the college and career fair after lunch.
Last month, we celebrated homecoming. The students and staff had a great time. The football team won. The dance was a lot of fun. We had some great spirit days, including Blast from the Past, where people could dress up as their past selves. And a big congratulations to Ivy Machoka and Kevin Bowie, who were named homecoming royalty. This week, we are celebrating Because Nice Matters. This year, we're focusing on how we can utilize deep kindness as a regular part of our day to go beyond surface-level gestures and truly understanding and caring for others. On Thursday, we are hosting a canvas painting party where students can come with their friends and all paint a canvas together to hand to a teacher. It will be a fun activity for people to collaborate, connect, and show their appreciation for each other's creativity.
This week, we are also challenging the class of 2027 to meet someone new where they're given a slip with each other's names and have to look for each other. Their mission is to find that person and report to the kiosk during lunch for a prize and a chance to win a raffle. We got the idea from BVMS
and it's a great activity for the 9th graders to step out of their comfort zone. We call it Meet a Golden Bear Scavenger Hunt.
We've got a busy few weeks ahead of us with our athletic teams. Girls volleyball, who are ranked for high school on Thursday. This Friday is our senior football night. We're honoring the seniors from football, cheer, and all the groups who participate in football games at 6:15, so come show your support.
As Hispanic Heritage Month comes to an end, Baile Folclorico performed during lunch on Friday and at the Temecula International Charter School. We played music, held performances by students such as Caballo Dorado, interviewed people, held trivia, karaoke, recognized Hispanic individuals who made a difference in history, and even passed out yummy treats to those who participated.
2 weeks ago was also the week of recognizing fellow Golden Bears. Our ASB made business cards with kind messages on them and handed them out during lunch and told them to give these cards to students who embody the message on them. It was such a great way for students to recognize other students without there having to be a Google form involved. We're just trying to make it easy for students to see the quality in others and recognize.
Drama's production of Macbeth was such a classic. The set was awesome, the cast was phenomenal, the costumes were really cool, and was worth seeing. The improv team will be back again on November 3rd. A big congratulations to the Golden Valley Regiment. They finished second at the Ayala tournament this last weekend. They won the award for high music. They are actually performing next Monday at SoFi Stadium in the first ever band competition where the Rams and Chargers play.
At the end of August, our ASB was very pumped to put on giant soccer intramurals. It was a lunchtime activity that lasted for a week where 6 teams played in a bracket playoff. They used a 3-foot diameter inflatable soccer in the gym. Super fun to watch and play, and it got even more exciting when we threw an extra ball in for multi-ball.
A couple weeks ago was Mental Health Awareness Week. The goal was to break the stigma around mental health and encourage open conversations, reminding us to prioritize our well-being and supporting one another every day, both in and out of school. We held an awareness day to deck out in all green and the international color of mental health awareness. Students were also able to write and hang up positive affirmations around the campus to decorate mental health journals.
Coming up is our monthly Lunch with a Bear. Our teachers pick their students who have shown what it means to be a golden bear and enjoy a nice lunch along with games. It's a great opportunity for the students to be recognized and the staff to get to know their students.
We started last month with our Principal's Honor Roll celebration. Our 4.0 students from last school year, second semester. The students were given a certificate and the assembly held games, a performance from improv, and a congratulatory speech from Mrs. Leon.
It's been a busy month, but we can't wait to share more of what has yet to come. Thank you again for having us. I'm Alicia.
And I'm Kenzie.
And stay golden.
Thank you, Alicia and Kenzie. Next up, we have TVEA Spotlight with Edgar Diaz. Edgar.
Good evening, board and staff. Edgar Diaz from TVEA, and here I have a good contingent of our union here sitting inside and outside. We know it's been a tough month since our last vote that we were here, and since then, we've had a lot of quite a big things we've been doing here with the association. We've reached out to a lot of new teachers who've been able to come out making those connection supports. Unfortunately, I see on your agenda that many decided, or there was quite a handful that decided to resign, seeing that some of their classroom working conditions are difficult and we were getting the support that they needed. Unfortunately, that's something that happens. We couldn't reach out to them, but hopefully we can start focusing on some of those business items so we can support our educators in classrooms, and you're gonna hear a few of those today. For one, I have our grievance chair here, Kim De La Cruz, and she's going to share a few words with you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here tonight to address the collective bargaining agreement, Article 24, Safety, and Educational Code 49079. Safety and lack of notification to educators regarding students who have engaged in or is reasonably suspected to have engaged in any of the acts described in any of the subdivisions except subdivision H of Ed Code Section 48900, that the pupil has engaged in those acts is a rising concern among educators. From March 2020 to June 2021, the American Psychological Association surveyed nearly 15,000 pre-K to 12 teachers, administrators, school staff, and counselors on their experience with physical threats and attacks from students and parents. 1/3 of the teachers reported being threatened by a student within the year, including verbal threats, cyberbullying, intimidation, or sexual harassment. 29% reported at least one incident from a parent, and 14% of teachers say they have been victims of physical violence from students. Ed Code 49079 outlines the duty to warn educators of violent propensities. The district shall provide the information to the teacher based upon any records that the district maintains in its ordinary course of business. The Education Code describes several such acts, including and not limited to when the pupil threatened to cause, attempted to cause, or caused another person physical injury, willingly used violence or force upon another person, possessed or sold a knife, firearm, or explosive, attempted to commit or committed robbery or extortion, damaged or stole school property or private property, and there's many others. The information provided by the district shall be from the previous 3 school years. Currently, the district has no systematic, viable, and guaranteed way to notify teachers, counselors, or staff of students who fall into these categories. Behaviors may be listed in IC, but that is not enough, and more needs to be done to ensure educators are notified. Also, there is no systematic way that information regarding threats, injuries, or violent propensities are being tracked. PERB decision number 708 maintains an employee's refusal to work in unsafe working conditions is protected actively under the Educational Employment Relations Act, where the safety concern is legitimate and reasonable, arises during the course of duties either necessary to the job requested by the supervisor, and the refusal to work is limited to actual and reasonable safety concerns. TVEA is hearing more and more from members regarding concerns about safety and the lack of notification by the district regarding students who fall into the categories listed under Ed Code 47900. TVEA leadership and TVEA grievance would like to work collaboratively with the district safety team to develop a systematic approach to document the number of incidents that occur at schools and a universal notification system. Thank you.
And thanks for Mrs. De La Cruz and her grievance team's efforts. The district maintenance operations was able to develop a systematic system of maintaining the AC unit so that we have better maintenance and preventive care before they actually fail. Behind me, I also have the chair of the bargaining team and the chair of the budget ad hoc team. It is Brian Balearis and Luina Manzano, respectively.
Good evening. My name is Brian Balearis. I work with students at Sparkman Alternative Education Center in the Independent Study Program. I also have had the pleasure of being TVEA bargaining chair for approximately 10 years now. I've also been a member of the Ad Hoc Budget Committee since its inception. Before speaking further, I'd like my members of my team that are able to attend tonight to introduce themselves.
Hi, Luina Manzano, Ad Hoc Chair.
Mike Brewer, bargaining member.
Shannon Hughes, bargaining.
Anastasia Lewis, bargaining.
Christina Fenney, bargaining.
Drew Williams, bargaining.
Mark Mitchell, Ad Hoc Budget Committee.
Thank you, team. So I'm speaking to you today because I'm concerned about the board's understanding of the process of negotiations. Since last January, my team and I have spent a significant amount of time bargaining in good faith to reach a settlement on compensation. By significant, I mean We spent 13 days in negotiation with the district and 6 more with the district ad hoc budget team. Each of these days required lesson planning for our substitute, researching and preparing for the topics of discussion, and gathering an understanding of membership's needs and wants on the given topics. We prepared diligently because we have chosen to take on these additional roles, kind of like becoming a school board member, because they are important and we believe we can make a difference. To hear from members of the board that they did not take the same care in preparing for their duties at the last meeting was disheartening, to say the least. When our team sits down with the district team, we do so with trust built up over many years. Trust that both sides are prepared for the topics before them. Trust that there is an honest dialogue at the table. Trust that things are discussed with good faith and when bargained with understanding, that both sides will adhere to the final agreement. Trust that both parties were there to solve problems for the betterment of our students. Trust that this board's actions have shaken. In January, the two teams will be facing each other across the table to begin this cycle again. In the past, we would be preparing to enter the fray with hope and fervor, knowing that there is respect on both sides, just a differing of priorities. Now there is doubt in the ability to reach an agreement founded on honesty and trust. I hope the board recognizes the hard work that these people before you have put into this agreement, and yes, the hard work that the representatives of the district did as well, and approves this tentative agreement. Thank you.
Next up, we have a CSEA Spotlight with Andrew Enriquez.
Good morning, good morning. Well, it's been a long day, sorry. Good evening, everybody. I hope that you had a restful month, however long it's been since I was able last to speak to you all. I want to bring to your attention the last board meeting and this board meeting. As you came in, you saw our classified employees standing out there with the signs, asking for a fair shake, asking for help, asking for time, and asking for your support. This afternoon, Ms. Wiersma joined us on that line and was able to meet several of our employees from all classifications: child nutrition, custodial, IMS. She was able to talk and hear our stories, why we are asking for more money. It's something that she was able to hear who we are and what we do for this district, how hard we work every day, Monday through sometimes Sunday. Every time we are every time that we are here for the betterment of the students.
Excuse me, Mr. Enriquez, this sign, you're blocking somebody's view. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Every day we are here for the betterment of our students and our teachers. We stand behind them and we lift them up to be able to do their job every day. We are the support system. We are the skeletal system. We are the heart and soul of this district to continue to allow the teachers to do their job to the best of their abilities, lifting us to one of the highest rated districts in the land, in the county, actually. But they are not treated as such. We've got aides that are working crazy hours, trying to run from site to site, actually not site to site, but from classroom to classroom in a 45 to 50-minute period, trying to cover 5 classes because we're so short. Why are we short? Because we're choosing a lot of times to fly those positions at 3.5 hours. And then the 3.5-hour aide is now having to work extra duty to cover the other 3.5 hours. Those positions that were at once 3.5 hours were combined to be 6 hours. Where did that hour go? Our compensation has fallen by the wayside. Over the last 15 years, we have been outpaced by other districts, yet our people are still here. The average 10 to 15 years and continuing to do the job that they love, continuing to work with the students and support the teachers that we hold so dearly. It is our goal for all of us as classified employees to give of ourselves so that the students that come to this district and the teachers that work here thrive. We make sure that they have the equipment that they need to teach. We make sure that the rooms are clean. We make sure that the students are fed. We make sure that they're transported safely. We make sure that they walk the campus without a worry in the world. And they are willing to lay down their lives for those students every day. We have our maintenance workers that show up here at 2 o'clock in the morning if there's a flood or a busted pipe or a broken window. We have our child nutrition workers, one of the lowest paid classifications in our district, making us less than McDonald's. Yet they come every day with a smile on their face. All that we ask is that the board support what is rightfully ours, an increase that makes us competitive, an increase that secures our livelihood, something that all 5 of you have the ability to do. I appreciate Ms. Wiersma coming out. I appreciate the conversations that I've had with you, Dr. Kromowski, about getting us pay. Mr. Gonzalez, I appreciate your stance in saying that you would support more pay for the classified employees. Mr. Schwartz, I appreciate you when we see you asking what's going on and how we're doing. Ms. Barclay, I appreciate the conversations that we've had in the past. All we ask, all 1,200 of us ask, is that you support a competitive compensation so we don't have a revolving door of employees coming in and out of here. That they have a wage and a support system that will look after them and take care of them like we take care of the kids and these teachers. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. We're on to public comments now. Public comments are an important part of the board meeting. They're given careful consideration by the board. Public comment is restricted to items listed on the meeting agenda or otherwise within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes for a maximum total time of 30 minutes unless otherwise determined by the board. The board does not take any formal action on items during public comment or on any item that has not been placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act. Public comments provide members of the public with an opportunity to speak to the board. Accordingly, public comments are to be directed to the board and not to the audience in attendance or to the individual audience members. Hate speech, obscenity, or other conduct during public comment that does or is likely to disrupt the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Similarly, conduct by audience members that does or is likely to disrupt public comment or any other aspect of the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Attendees who disrupt the meeting will be warned and removed in accordance with the Government Code Section 54957.95. Jason Victory will act as my designee for the purposes of Section 54957.95. He's in the back. If you have any questions, you can go talk to him. And we have posted our expectations here in the meeting room on each side of the room. Those are our objective expectations for not interrupting the board meetings and being responsible when you attend. Please feel free to refer any questions regarding our expectations and procedures to Mr. Vickery, who would be happy to assist you. Finally, pursuant to Education Code Section 7054, the public comment process should not be used to show support for or opposition to any ballot measure or candidate for election, including candidates for the election to the board. Finally, if I use these cards, these are symbolic representation. I use them to give warnings to save time. If you see me point to you and give you a yellow card, it's your first warning that you're disrupting the board meeting for proceeding. If you receive a second yellow, then it turns into a red and you'll be asked to escort yourself out of the board meeting. If your behavior is egregious enough, you will be given a red card. You will be asked to escort yourself out. If asked to escort yourself out and you don't, I'll ask security to help escort you out. If the audience gets too disruptive as a whole, I'll give you the warning. or I'll give a warning. After that, I reserve the right to have the entire audience removed so that the Governing Board of Education can conduct business publicly without disruption. If any of these situations, if you're asked to leave, you can still watch the live stream board meeting online. These are the options before us now, and I hope we have a smooth and productive governance board meeting tonight. And we wouldn't be able to, we appreciate that you're here. I know we have a packed audience tonight, so if anybody's holding up signs and you're obstructing, I'm going to ask you to move to the rear, just to put that out there. Yeah, with that, how many I think we had 28 public comments. I'm just one board member. I say 30 minutes, 2 minutes apiece, but I want to see what the board thinks. We could pack them all in at 1 minute apiece and get them in under 30, but. Yeah, this is 28 just for public. Yeah. How many more total for the other ones, would you say? $20 total on different items scattered out. 2 minutes at 30 minutes? All right, so we have consensus, 2 minutes each at 30 minutes total. Well, that's, okay, so no, there's 28 for public. The other 20 are scattered throughout the other action items. Right, but I'm saying a total of 30. Okay. So do we? Are you saying 30 minutes total, Danny? Ms. Barclay, what do you say?
I'm fine at hearing all at 2 minutes.
Okay, and then Jen. All right, so 30 minutes, and then are we all fine at 2 minutes apiece? All right, 2 minutes apiece. No. Okay, we'll take the first speaker, 2 minutes apiece.
First up is Krista, followed by Andrea. Krista Early, I believe.
Oh, sorry. President Dr. Komrosky and members of the school board, you probably haven't seen me before because I'm part of the silent teachers. But let me start with a little background. My name is Krista Earl, and I come from a large family of educators. My father, a retired teacher and administrator, supported the teachers union as long as I can remember. In 2002, when I received my first middle school job, a little more than 20 years ago, I made just $1,600 a month, and $60 of it went to the teachers union. I've been a union member ever since. Unfortunately, what once was a group of teachers led by a teacher that cared and protected his or her people has become a political platform full of hidden agendas and friendships with super PACs, urging us to turn on you by using our district emails to support an agenda that does not represent all of its members. These letters are also not always substantiated in fact and cause chaos among us teachers. For example, when someone sent a letter impersonating you, President Komrosky, I immediately noticed the language used in the email that it was sent from. I guess that's the language arts teacher in me. But instead of following the same level of respect through investigation, I received a notice from the union leadership condemning your tactics and calling for a cease and desist. This led to bickering and even bullying of teachers who do not share the union leadership's views. In our classroom, we teach our students to respect each other, despite differences in opinions. However, we're told when it comes to teachers, we should shout with all of our might. This has caused many teachers to become silent, keeping close to their hearts what they know is true. We have seen the horrific ways people have treated you, and our hearts break. Whether people share the same vision of our district with you or not does not give them the right to destroy your home, publicly humiliate you and your families, and even put your names on tombstones to display in their yards. Today, I'm here to represent the teachers who have been silenced. Today, I'm here to let you know that our soft voices are not a reflection of our strength. We conduct our lives as we do our classrooms. Respect.
Thank you.
Andrea Cadman, followed by Michelle Hill.
Hi, my name is Andrea Cadman, and this is my 33rd year as a teacher in this district. My kids went to this school district. I went to the school district back in the 70s with a one-room schoolhouse. Yeah, I'm not old. I just want you to know there are a large number of teachers whose voices are not being heard because TVA has an agenda, and it's not our agenda. I want you to know that we understand that you were voted in by the community, and that if TVA is supporting this, the recall and the lawsuit, in essence, they're going against the parents in this community who voted to put you in these chairs. I want you to know that TVEA's leadership does not speak for many of us. I want you to know that while we haven't been screaming, we haven't been yelling or embarrassing ourselves or getting kicked out of board meetings, we've been quietly supporting you on the sidelines because we don't wish for this turmoil to affect our students any more than it has to. And witnessing a teacher who should be a role model acting disrespectfully, breaking rules, and getting kicked out of board meetings is not the image we want to put forth to our kids. Don't take that as us sitting back and doing nothing. I want you to know that we're calling out TVEA for its totally slanted informational emails and for sending propaganda as well as organizing communications to our work email addresses during the workday, something that's against protocol, is stressful, and is distracting. I want you to know that TVEA, an organization that touts how it supports teachers to support students, is hard at work, causing disruptions in our workdays, encouraging division among teaching staff, and adding stress to an already stressful job. I want you to know that as long as you're speaking for the majority of the parents in the community and doing what's best for kids, we support you. I want you to know that we have picked a side in this battle. We support you and will be taking our money from TVEA. Our opt-out letters were mailed this afternoon to CTE and TVEA. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Michelle Hill, followed by Steve Campos.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the courageous stance you have taken in support of our students and their education. I know that students appreciate educators and administrators who stand up for their rights to just be children, innocent children. When I began teaching in 1998, I trusted this industry and I trusted the union. Sadly, that trust has been thoroughly eroded. I'm one of those teachers who is always asking questions, seeking to better understand the whole situation, much like you did at the last board meeting, after which the union decided to escalate their opposition to you. I don't know which policy they despise you for the most. Is it the canceling of CRT, which seeks to further divide us by race? Is it the fight for parental rights, which would divide parent, child, and teacher? Is it the removal of a divisive flag? I don't know. I know that a rising number of TVA members are not comfortable with the political action of the union. More and more teachers are questioning their membership. Another matter that concerns me is the district's support of all students. In this very room, there used to be a sign that read, "Students first, last, and always." I question why that sign was taken down. So many of the policies in this district are not for students, especially the general ed students. For example, today, in our advisement, it was College Career Day, and I cringe every time we have to deliver this information. I feel like I'm doing a disservice to our students. Do you know that statistically about 25% of all freshmen drop out in their first year of a four-year college degree? Why does Temecula insist on treating every child like they are college-bound? Why? We can do better. We can bring in the trade schools and offer the students a more realistic hope for the future. In spite of the content I receive, I make sure to share real stories of people I personally know that have gone through the trade schools, and by 22, they are in their career of choice making good money. We need to do better for those kids. Thank you for your time.
Steve Campos, followed by Shanae.
We are TVA. TVA strong. An injury to one is an injury to all. I used to believe in that statement. Now the we sounds like a small group and not a collective voice. We are weak when we are divided, and many within the membership have been injured. I have had a death threat, a complaint filed against me because I see things differently. Yes, I do support our board majority. I have always felt that the DO lacks leadership and vision. Does that mean I deserve a death threat, or recently an unsubstantiated complaint, or to be yelled at by activists and teachers who publicly display their unprofessionalism? To say we stand by each other in the newsletter is not true.
When I graduated with my master's credential from Pepperdine University in 1996, I did not go into this profession for the money. I went into it to make a difference. And now to the TVUSD community at large. I apologize for you getting involved in the politics of education. My commitment to you as an educator has not changed because of our contractual situation. I still get to work early and create the best educational opportunity for your children. I will never send you an email that holds the students hostage with my time or post something similar in my classroom or office. I want you to know that I am grateful and thankful for the opportunity to serve you and the students at TVUSD. And to the classified staff, for what it's worth, I would take less so that you could get more. Understand that. I know what you do, I see what you do, and you deserve it. And continue, obviously, hopefully that may come true. That for some people, when you're in bargaining units, they don't like that. But me personally, I'm okay with what I make and giving somebody else more who may use it more often. And lastly, students, never forget that you are fearfully and wonderfully made.
Shanae, followed by Christy McClure.
Good evening, TVUSD School Board, Mr. Komorowski, Mr. Gonzalez, Mrs. Wiersma, Mrs. Schwartz, and Mrs. Barclay. As we all know, TVUSD is one of the top-rated school districts in the country, providing opportunities for every student to learn and succeed. But in order to attain this level of excellence, our district's teachers and faculty have been crucial and are the backbone of this success. From prepping lessons to grading hundreds of papers, educators are truly what drives our schools and society as a whole forward. For the amount of work teachers do, it is only fair for them to get the compensation they deserve. It is a fact that teachers are and have been underpaid for many years, and their recent demands have been only fair and reasonable. Unfortunately, due to the recent decisions of school board members, you included, the teachers' justified demands have not been met. Due to this, all teachers at my school, Great Oak, are now only working during contract hours, effectively marking the end of all on-campus extracurriculars. As a student who is involved in a multitude of activities on campus, this means the programs that I care the most about have been shut down. This failure to adopt the agreement between the board and the teachers union for wage raises not only hurts our already struggling educators, but also has a huge negative impact on student involvement. This is not a political decision. This is not the time to fight petty cultural wars like you've been doing. Banning flags is not your job. Your job is to serve our district. Approving the teachers' demands is not only a decision that benefits our teachers, but also impacts every single member of our communities, students included. The school board must approve the entirely reasonable demands from Temecula educators for the good of both teachers who need and deserve fair wages for all they do every day on campus and off campus, and us students who are so involved in activities that are only possible with staff support. Thank you.
Christy McClure, followed by Jean Femia.
I try to be professional and polite at these meetings, but today I am livid. Jen, you spoke of AB 665 on your Instagram, making claims that it allows counselors, school staff, to take children from parents and have them committed. I won't even repeat some of the stuff that you said. It was just incorrect. However, you also said, I haven't read it. Would any teacher in this district that you represent accept a book report from a student who never read the book? That bill has nothing to do with inpatient treatment. It makes informed consent fair to all adolescents, regardless of insurance. There's nothing new in this bill about legal and ethical responsibilities of clinicians. What you said was a lie. Your Instagram account is not personal. You talk about board business from the perspective of a board member, not as a parent or a community member. You are an elected official. All 5 of you sitting up there are elected, which means you have an additional responsibility to make sure when you're speaking to the public, especially about things that pertain to students in this district, that they are fact-based and that you've done your research. What you said, Jen, was reckless and dangerous. I am calling you out for lying because I know, and you know, that TVUSD staff are not even delivering outpatient mental health services without parents' knowledge. I sat in this room on September 26th, and I heard you ask the incredible district staff that are here about social services at TVUSD. They told you TVUSD has a policy of written consent for any student who participates in outpatient services, even though that's not legally required. Any student attending a group run by a social worker will get a form signed by a legal guardian first. I can tell you that is exactly what happens in this district. I know someone personally who has signed one of those forms. I know this process is working, and I know that you know it because I watched you get that information. And then 2 weeks later, you get on Instagram and you stated the opposite. That's literally the definition of lying.
Jean Femia, followed by Frank Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Jean Femia, and right now I'd like to speak not about what's on the agenda, but what is missing. The missing items should be under information and reports, but you'll notice that that's empty tonight. According to the board agenda planning calendar, which you approved at your September 12th meeting, tonight we should have a study session on career technical education, hear about the college and career kickoff, and learn about the district's updated communication plan. Dr. Komrosky, as I recall, you're very interested in CTE, and I think you even suggested a source for teachers. I'm in a technical field, and I'm also very interested in CTE. And I'm surprised that you did not want to hear tonight about progress in that program. Information about the district's college and career kickoff is missing too. That's the day when our middle school and high school students focus on all the possibilities for their future. Apparently, TVHS held their kickoff today. I sure would have liked to have heard more about that and what the other campuses are planning, and I thought you would too. And the communication plan. I know that's been a concern of yours, Mr. Gonzalez. We all agree that communication between the district and parents is a priority. I was looking forward to learning about plans for improving communication. I'm disappointed we won't hear about that tonight. I know you have many issues to consider, and board meetings run long. And I know that CTE and the kickoff and communication will happen whether or not we hear about it. But I hope that in the future you will stick to your planning calendar so that we can all hear reports like these. Information and reports at public board meetings are communication with parents and the public. And if they're not already part of your communication plan, please add them. Thank you.
Frank, followed by Lynn Pinnock.
Good evening. My name is Frank Rodriguez. I'm a 31-year-old gay man pushing back against the hijack agenda of the LGBT Incorporated. The reason that I'm here is to show support for this dais, as I've had to witness my community come up here and berate you with optics just to try to fearmonger you into making decisions that go against my community. Passing the parental rights and notification for this district will further advance lowering my community's mental health issues, their drug addiction rates, and overall suicidality rates. If straight people were so knowledgeable about my community, why are they failing at keeping my community safe? If our teachers union wants more money for their staff, why are they attacking parents in this room right now? Why are they attacking people outside right now? These same individuals are attacking people at this dais that would be a part of their association. However, they chose to leave today, and these people are attacking them in front of you. Deny giving them more money if this is the environment that they're going to create for our staff. What you are doing here in Temecula Valley is honorable. It saves my community. Remain steadfast in the actions that you take because it will further advance my community's success, unwavering with your support. I understand that you may think that this may come across as homophobic or transphobic, the things that you're doing. That is painted under the guise of inclusivity and love that has been hijacked by a whole bunch of straight people wanting to use my community for their political agenda. Lastly, the reason that I'm truly here is because I'm sickened by Love Bailey coming up in here berating you how she does. And my office and my studio is open and willing for a debate with her anytime. Thank you.
Lynn, followed by Jessica Tapia.
Okay. Hello. I'm reading this on the behalf of Dan, a concerned voter in Temecula. The proposed pay increase for the teachers in this district is really no concern of mine. However, what does concern me is the gross lack of dignity and common decency of those complaining about a retroactive delay in receiving it, all the while under a presupposed sense of righteousness because they think questioning a contract's details are somehow illegal or immoral. Instead, we have the smear of ingratitude and callous selfishness towards the community these complaining teachers are projecting over the entire district. The actions of these teachers, whether or not it was their intent to show this disregard for the community and other teachers and staff in the district, that is the result. The teachers that are complaining are likely the ones pulling in six-figure base salaries. Even if some are not, the average base salary for all teachers in this district is $92,000. The average base salary for the community they serve is $30,000 to $40,000 less. In fact, the base pay is roughly 87% of the average household income for Temecula. I don't care. Their salary is there. In fact, I would support a six-digit base for the districts. Our teachers play a vital role in shaping the lives of the children of the district. Their dedication, hard work, and expertise is undeniable. But the actions of these activist teachers and their supporters is narrow-minded and harmful. We should maintain a harmonious relationship between all teachers in the community, addressing such bureaucratic matters discreetly and humbly. It's vital for us to remember the bigger picture, our children's future and well-being. Maybe a less focus on their pay and one on the unclassified would serve a more dignified cause. Seriously, you could reduce district office staff by over 50%, and any experienced teacher knows they probably wouldn't miss a thing. In fact, they would gain by having those funds put into the classroom, but missed opportunity is what narrow-minded selfishness does.
Jessica, followed by Jackie.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jessica Tapia, former SoCal teacher. One of the largest things revealed to me in my firing was how the voice of the conservative teacher is being drowned out right now. They are scared, they do not feel supported or represented, seeing how education has largely become focused around things like gender theories, victim mentality, and disrespecting the rights of parents. You have got to be asking yourself, what is the driving force behind the things we're seeing and fighting? The answer is the teachers union. If you have ever opened up the magazine or newsletter from the NEA or CTA, you have an idea of some of the things that your union dues fund. One of the latest things this corrupt union promoted was National Coming Out Day. I am not sure how coming out has anything to do with educating children, but not much of what the teachers union says or does focuses on actually educating and protecting children. Shortly before this, the CTA celebrated a National Banned Book Week, the very books school boards like yourself have been thorough in vetting as to whether or not they're appropriate for children. The teachers union has decided to celebrate and encourage students to read these sexual, pornographic, inappropriate banned books. Here's a statistic I learned last year. 99% of the funding that...
Keep it down, please. Thank you.
99% of the funding that the teachers union gives to political party goes to, you guessed it, Democrats. And I just can't quite comprehend how this union truly supports and represents all teachers from all backgrounds and beliefs when they only fund and back Democrats. Here is my point to everyone in the room who truly cares about protecting the innocence of children and their own liberties. We need to put our money where our values are. I want every single teacher who cares about what kind of corruption their dollar is funding to know that what the union is affiliated with and what your money is helping fund. That overage amount of money that many teachers are giving to the CTA right now could instead go to an alternate association that will provide better protection, hear your voice, and stand with
Jackie Arban. Followed by Kimberly Carlton.
I'm back, Jackie Arvin from Earl Stanley Gardner Middle School, 8th grade. I've come back to express my view on something that I've noticed in the classrooms. The other day I saw my dad, a teacher at my school, taking down his 49ers tapestry that was hung on his wall. I asked him why he was taking it down. He said that the school board set a rule where teachers can only hang U.S. flags in their rooms. I find that very unfair to him and other teachers who want to celebrate and show that they are a fan of that team. Same goes with their college flags. Why can't they hang up a flag with the school they went to and got their degree from? But we all know this isn't about 49ers or colleges. This is about something much more scarier, rainbows. If a teacher has a rainbow flag up in their room, that means that they are just trying to show that all students are important in the classes. Why did you make the policy? Are you afraid of a child seeing a rainbow flag and it turning them gay? That's not how it works. Going back to my father's 49ers flags, him displaying that team doesn't mean he's trying to indoctrinate kids to all become 49ers fans. He's welcome all fans of football teams, except the Raiders. He's simply trying to celebrate the team that he is proud of. The flags are just there. They don't interrupt the teaching, the curriculum, and they don't change what happens on a day-to-day basis. Kids are not bothered by the flags, both of sports and pride flags. I'm just trying to make sense of this policy, and to me, it doesn't make sense. From my point of view, your new policy doesn't seem to support all students as you claim it does. My request is to focus on things that matter to students, not to you. Let's keep the politics out of education.
Kimberly Carlton, followed by Riley.
I need my glasses, sorry. Good evening, my name is Kim, and I'm a middle school teacher here in Temecula. I started my career in 1996, so I have plenty of experience to understand and know that things have changed, and things have drastically changed. I'm appalled. I want to apologize to all of you guys, because even to Mr. Schwartz and Barclay, the adults in here that are just vile, like just totally vile, and I apologize that you've had to do this for 11 months. I want you to know the union argues they are stronger than ever. This is false. The negative effects of the union joining the recall and the lawsuit have fractured personal relationships, work relationships, and have caused havoc in neighborhoods. And we know fractures cause weakness. The union is fractured and weaker than ever. Thank you, Mr. Arce, for emailing the reminder dated September 7th, 2023. Not only did the memo remind staff about TVUSD policies, procedures, and expectations regarding political activities, it stopped the misuse by the union to flood teacher email accounts being used to push political agenda items, not to mention falsehoods. Mrs. Velez, on October 6, 2023, you sent a Friday report referencing political campaign materials. You indicated which political materials were warranted safe under particular parameters, but duly noted a possibility of being challenged. I would assume that this was due to the Ask Me stickers distributed by the union in an attempt to engage parents in political conversations during parent-teacher conferences. Even the most devout union members chose not to wear them because they too knew that that was wrong. Why wasn't this stopped? Do you realize that for some parents, it's their one and only opportunity to speak to their child's teacher, their one and only opportunity to have heart-to-heart conversations with their child's
Riley, followed by Brooklyn. Riley, Naimi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Riley, and I've been going to TVUSD schools for most of my life. And in my time in TVHS, I've seen many teachers, such as Mr. Hyde specifically, indoctrinate children and encourage them to be LGBTQ. He has also hung up many... He has also hung up many flags that represent these students he has successfully indoctrinated.
We'll pause this time. Young man in the front row, that's your first warning for disturbing. This isn't your meeting. This is our meeting. Okay? That's your first warning. Thank you.
All right, so he has also hung up many flags that represent these students that he has successfully indoctrinated. So I'd like to thank you, Komrowski, Wiersma.
So that's your first warning, sir, for disrupting the meeting. Let's just pause this time. All right. So what I'm going to do is call a recess for 5 minutes. And the second time it happens, the whole audience is going out. That's it. That's it. That is enough. Thank you. I'm going to let the speaker continue.
So I would like to thank Komrowski, Wiersma, and Gonzalez for the work you have done to remove politics from the classroom and these flags that are political. And also, who's in charge of keeping these teachers civil in a meeting? Is it
5-minute recess. And that is the official first warning. Okay, we're going to start the meeting back up. All right, if everybody could please take their seats. Once it all quiets down. All right. All right, we're calling this meeting back to order. If everybody could take a seat. Thank you.
Okay,
Hello.
back up is Riley, followed by Brooklyn Anderson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Riley, and I've been going to TVUSD schools for most of my life. And in my time at TVHS, I've seen many teachers, such as Mr. Hyde, for example, indoctrinate children and encourage them to be LGBTQ.
Yeah. Ma'am, please take a seat. Ma'am. Just wait. Ma'am, that's your first warning, ma'am. You're disturbing the meeting. That's your first warning. All right. That's your second warning. Please see yourself out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, just wait. Just wait. I am going to clarify. Talk to General Legal Counsel. To be clear, teachers' names can be mentioned in public comments. If I have to give more warnings, I'm going to clear the audience. You already got the first warning, the whole audience. Please do not make me clear the audience. Thank you. All right. We're going to restore the speaker's time for the third time. Please. You want to stay in the meeting? Remember, it's not your meeting, it's the governing board's meeting. We want to conduct business, but we can't because you're being intrusive. Cannot properly govern. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Riley, and I've been going to TVUSD schools for most of my life. In my time at TVHS, I've seen many teachers, such as Mr. Hyde specifically, indoctrinate children and encourage them to be LGBTQ. He has also hung up many flags that represent these students he has successfully indoctrinated. So I would like to thank Komrowski, Wiersma, and Gonzalez for the work you have done to remove politics from school. And also, who's in charge of keeping these teachers civil in a meeting? Is it you, Kimberly? Because this is outrageous that a teacher used to chaperone a high school student as a tool to get a front row seat. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Komrowski.
One more. Brooklyn Anderson.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Gonzalez, before I begin, I just want to say that 10-gallon hat does you no favors, and it gave me a small chuckle when I saw you when I walked in. I'm the Chaparral High School Black Student Union president. I'm here to speak directly to you, Ms. Wiersma. Ms. Wiersma, you said in your Instagram caption responding to the recall efforts that it is the school board that represents the community's voice in public education, which is true, but you've done an extremely poor job. You've divided the community on vast issues such as racism and homophobia, with people putting their thumbs down when you talk about National Coming Out Day. You all constantly fan the flames of bigotry and hate. Look at our own school board meetings. They're literally divided into two. You have dodged speaking to CHS BSU for many months now, even after myself and my advisor have tried to meet with you. You said you'd love to see me in the spring, but spring has sprung, and summer has run dry, and I have yet to see you talk to me. You make various claims at school board meetings, then try to talk about the love and peace in your heart. But Ms. Wiersma, nobody cares. I won't personally care until you show the teachers union, the black students, people of color, and gay students in the community the love in your heart, and not just white conservatives. 1 John 4:20 says, "If a man says, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he has not seen?" Thank you.
All right, that does it for public comments. So now we have 21 additional comments scattered through action items 1, 2, 5, 9, 10, and 11, and we'll hear those at that proper time. Now we're on to the, and one consent item. Yeah, I'm just, we have one, what number is the consent? Number 9, and then 10's being pulled for discussion. So we'll do the public comment for that right now. Yep, and, yep, 2. How many comments?
On consent items? 2 comments on consent item.
Okay, we have 2 comments. One comment. Okay, who are we calling up?
Christy McClure.
All right, Christy McClure. Okay, Christy McClure. Please be respectful.
I'm confused.
Thank you.
What are we doing? I have no idea. Joe, what are we doing? Are we doing consent?
We're doing a public comment on the consent item number 9.
Number 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
Is it?
That was
Sorry.
my mistake.
It's okay.
It's 6.
So right now, we are getting ready for consent. We have one public comment on consent item number 6. There was also a consent item, which was number, correct me, I believe it was item 10 that was pulled for further discussion as well.
yep,
So what are we on?
Okay.
Which one are we on?
Thank you.
number 9. Oh,
9?
sorry, number 6.
I know,
Yep,
sorry.
warrant list. correct?
Warrant list.
Yep,
I'm so
yep.
sorry to force a public comment on a standard, boring consent calendar item, but the warrant list confuses me when I look at all the legal items on it. This month, there's a pretty standard list of items totaling about $3,000 under special education, facilities, risk management. Some are legal judgment tagged versus services. Then there's this one for $40,000 that's just for the Board of Education. Is that you 5? You spent $40,000 in 1 month of legal services that are from Fund 1, which is the general fund, correct? That could be spent on items directly benefiting students. Without violating any confidentiality laws or any other laws, although I know that hasn't stopped you in the past, do you think we could get a detailed accounting of what these legal service expenditures are actually for? I noticed last month as well, the warrant list dated August 1st to the 30th, similarly, there was $94,000 spent during that one. Just like this one, which there's this $40,000 item versus sort of typical normal $2,900, there was a $75,000 legal office hours for district administration. There was $10,000 for superintendent, $3,000 for Board of Education. It just seems like a lot to spend over $94,000 in 1 month, when typically we see under $4,000 is the average, and this is just legal services. It just feels like instead of this being a simple approve everything on the consent calendar, that maybe we could dig into some of these outlier legal expenditures that don't make sense to sort of a regular attendee such as myself. I know you've got some brilliant staff up here. Your financial people are amazing. I've heard all of you compliment and talk about them, and they could probably shed some light on some of these expenditures for us that are here in the room. Thank you.
Okay, so I call for a motion. Okay, so we have item 10 that's going to be pulled for discussion. So I call for a motion and a second to adopt 1 through 9 and 11 through 31. Do I have a motion and a second?
Did we pull Mr. Schwartz's request also?
I have 10, and Mr. Schwartz, did
The
you?
minutes?
The correct number That 2. That was already done. Did we do it? Did we do the correction? No, we just pulled it. Yeah. We can't do the correction until legal has a chance to review it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
No. We'll have to bring that back to the next meeting, I would imagine.
Yeah, we'll have to bring that back.
We can't make it.
So is it number
Why not?
2 that's pulled?
Because. Well, then.
Yes, and we're going to defer to legal on that.
Mr. Schwartz, just for clarification, even to consult legal, are you talking item number 1 or item number 2
No, I was
under
talking
consent?
about the minutes, the governing board minutes that I wanted to correct, but apparently.
And that would be the September 26th,
Yes,
correct? Okay.
correct.
So we're going to,
Just pull.
item 2 is tabled for next meeting. So items 1, 3 through 8, sorry, 3 through 9, and 11 through 31. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Lene, do you mind on a roll?
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Aye.
Schwartz,
Aye.
Wiersma,
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye, motion adopted 5-0. Now we have item number 10, capital advisors, pulled for discussion or to vote. Any discussion? 10, capital advisors.
Who pulled it?
So I did. It's about $3,000 a month. It's a lobbyist organization, and I do not think we need it. So that's where I stand with that one.
According to what it says, it's a consulting firm, not a lobbyist.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Who's asking for this advisor?
I'm not, I don't have any questions, so I can explain more what Capital Advisors is. So they have worked with Temecula Valley Unified School District for some time. They offer experience and understanding of some of the legislative changes that come down from the state. They provide guidance to school districts. In this particular vote, I either need a motion to move forward with the contract, or I need a motion to cancel the contract and pay any invoices that have come in. So this contract requires either approval or denial in order to move forward.
But are there any staff that are currently using this and asking us to renew this contract?
We have used it over time. To be completely transparent, we have not used it much in the last couple of months.
But there are a whole bunch of new laws that have come down from Albany, sorry, from Sacramento, which are pretty complicated. I went to a webinar about one, and there are about 8 or 9 new ones that affect schools and school districts. So I think we need the expertise of the people who know what's going on to help us guide us through this, because we're going to have to implement all these new policies.
We've got CSBA doing that.
What?
As far as the advising, I've talked to several people about this, and I just feel like at $3,000 a month. We've got CSBA and other aspects, and I think I think we could do without. That's just my personal opinion.
No disrespect to CSEA. I know Andrew and his people are wonderful.
No,
I didn't know-
CSBA, California School Board Association.
Oh, she said CSEA. No, you said now, you're talking about CSBA is doing the work for us?
Our work actually with CSBA does provide some guidance in this area, most definitely.
Okay.
What's your recommendation, Dr. Velez?
Capital Advisors is an outstanding organization that's provided incredible guidance. I think in light of this particular contract, we have been utilizing CSBA at the current time, and I do think this is something we could reconsider in the future if the board so chooses to.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion and a second to approve contract for capital advisors?
Is it an approval or a denial?
Yeah, we have to vote.
Have a denial. You could either
I just want to make sure we're defining it.
Yeah, so do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz. to approve. This is a motion to approve. So we have a motion, oh, sorry, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
So it's not approved.
Well,
Let's move.
okay, so now do we have a motion to cancel the contract and pay any outstanding invoices?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Aye.
Schwartz,
Aye.
Wiersma,
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye. Motion denied, 5-0. No, we're not using capital advisors.
Approved.
Right, but, move to not renew
Move to deny.
contract.
I made the motion to approve it. No one
But there was no second, yeah. So then I made another motion to, okay. To, yeah, but not to approve capital advisors, to be clear. Yeah, okay, good. All right, so now we are on to action items. Number 1, notice to conduct a public hearing in the Temecula Valley Unified School District, Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA, NEA, tentative agreement, Article 7, compensation and benefits, September 18, 2023. I call for a motion and a second to conduct a public hearing on this tentative agreement article. Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez,
Oh, sorry, Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
that's okay. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Aye.
Schwartz,
Aye.
Wiersma,
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. On to action item 2, conduct a public hearing in the public comments. We had it on, did we have one public comment on action item 1 that we missed? Into the number 2, yep. Okay, good. Only because we had number 1 on there. Okay. Okay, so conduct a public hearing in the Temecula Valley Unified School District, Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA, NEA, tentative agreement, Article 7, compensation and benefits, September 18, 2023. I call for a motion and a second to conduct a public hearing of the tentative agreement article. Mr. Schwartz, before you use the all right, there you go. Do I have a motion and a second? Yeah, this is action item number 2. I have to, once we get the vote, I have to do the public.
The last one was
comments and
the
then read this.
notice. We have to do it's like the 3-step.
Okay.
Move.
I will
Right.
move that motion.
I will second that.
All right, moved by Mrs. Barclay, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Linnea, would you mind on roll?
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Aye.
Schwartz is absent. Wiersma,
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye, motion adopted 4-0. 1 not present. And we have 14 public comments. I think we do, 2 minutes each and get a minute and a half an hour. So we'll do that. Let me read and then, Okay, so public hearing. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing to review and consider the tentative agreement, Article 7, compensation and benefits, September 18, 2023, between the Temecula Valley Unified School District and the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA, NEA. I declare the hearing now open at 8:25 p.m. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the tentative agreement, Article 7, compensation and benefits, September 18, 2023, between the Temecula Valley Unified School District and the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA, NEA? And yes, we have a total of 14. We'll do at 2 minutes apiece, so we can take those now. And we'll have Linnea call you up.
Next up is Anthony Noriega. Followed by Diana Arban.
Board President, on? Okay. Board President, trustees, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Anthony Noriega. I am the director of the League of United Latin American Citizens, for District 5 of the Inland Empire. I come before you to advocate for the approval of the funding of the teacher's contract currently under your review and consideration. This contract represents a significant opportunity to support the teachers, administrators, and staff, and strengthen the district educational system. Approving the contract supports our dedicated educators and ultimately benefits our students and communities. I urge you to carefully consider the importance of approving the contract. It is imperative that we recognize the monumental challenge that our teachers and staff have courageously confronted during the harrowing 2.5 years of COVID-19 pandemic. Least we forget, it impacted all our community, and it still is. Their unwavering commitment to our students and community, particularly during these trying times, underscores the profound impact that they have had on the fabric of our society. To ensure that their well-being and job satisfaction and their continued ability to provide quality education, it is crystal clear that at this time, we must ask you to swiftly approve the negotiated contract. By doing so, at this time, to act now without further delay to support those who supported us when we needed them the most. Thank you very much.
Diana Arban, followed by Jason Charles.
Hi, high school teacher in the district here, Diana Arban. I just wanted to address some misinformation that has been going on about our what is called work to rule or work to contract. First of all, it is not work to strike like Wiersma keeps posting. There is no such thing. It means we only work during our contracted hours. No big deal, right? I was curious how much time I was actually spending outside of my contract hours, so I did a breakdown for y'all. First up, lesson planning. I teach 3 different classes, AP Government, IB History, and Economics. That takes about an average of 3 to 5 hours a week. Grading, it's essay week. I got 120 essays turned in, about 5 minutes on average to grade an essay. I realistically broke that down across 2 weeks instead of 1, so that's about 5 hours a week. Emails, about 3 to 5 hours a week. Club advising, about an hour a week. That's only 1 club. That's just the aforementioned tasks, average about 15 hours extra a week. I do get a prep period, so that takes off 5 hours, so I'm about 10 hours extra a week beyond my work hours at a minimum. I haven't even included countless other tasks like letters of recommendation, multiple club advisements, before and after school help and makeup work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, did I forget to tell you? I'm a varsity head coach as well. So that also boils down to, let's just call it 15 hours extra a week. Yes, I do get a stipend for that, but if you really break down the hours, it's far less than minimum wage for my coaching. My story, though, is not unique. In fact, it is the norm of all these teachers in this district. It is part of the reason why our district is so highly ranked. Unlike other unions that you don't seem to demonize, we don't get overtime pay. Maybe we should negotiate for that. Now we're up here groveling for our pay. Vote for fair, what's fair, vote for cost of living compensation, and stop making teachers public enemy number 1.
Jason Charles, followed by Donna Cronenfeld.
Hi, I'm Jason Charles, teacher of 18 years, half of those here at TVHS. Dr. Komrosky, you visited my classroom at TVHS when I was teaching a fun lesson on argument, and you said that it was a refreshing experience because you teach argument too. I hope you remember. Mrs. Wiersma, you quoted my acceptance speech at the Crystal Apple Awards, echoing my desire to work with supportive families. Mr. Gonzalez, I really like your hat. I think that we all agree that kids deserve the highest quality instruction. It is my pleasure to serve alongside many incredible colleagues of resolve and character who daily serve our children in this community, not by cajoling them to imitate our ideologies, but by teaching them to think for themselves. I don't want my incredible colleagues to take jobs in other districts. The real battle is not between red and blue. It is between the students of our community and the uncertain futures that we are working hard to prepare them for. These futures include real concerns about student safety, futures that include unprecedented technologies and the need to wield them ethically. We are asking for fair COLA increases for teachers and classified staff while also honoring the original bargaining agreements that attracted expert teachers to this district in the first place. We're turning down job offers elsewhere right now, even though skills are more in demand than ever, even though other districts pay more, even though we can find kids who need us everywhere. To quote Matthew, the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. That means that the work we do is important, and it can't get done without us. It would be great if we can work together. Please demonstrate that this is still possible before I get my next job offer.
Donna Cronenfield, followed by Katie Brubaker.
Good evening, Dr. Velez, board members, colleagues, and community members. I am a 5th grade teacher at Summit Academy and a mother to 2 boys who have and are being educated by amazing teachers in this district. I stand in front of you with a bachelor's degree, a multiple subject teaching credential, and a master's degree, all totaling about 8 years of schooling. I say this because over the course of this year, because I am part of TVEA, I have been told that board members like Ms. Wiersma have been attacked in a mafia-like fashion and haven't felt welcomed. Let me remind you that TVEA had nothing to do with my decision on voting, nor have they had a sway in my opinion of the new board members. From the campaign to the swearing in of the new board members, I have been placed in a category with pedophiles, using words like grooming and indoctrinating. Listening to the 3 of you say that no way were you going to fire Dr. McClay and then turn around and do it. Then, when I sat on a social studies pilot committee and gave up time in the summer to sit on Ms. Wiersma's subcommittee, I actually felt like we could compromise. But then she decided to then she decided to turn her vote completely. Now to telling teachers that you appreciate them, turn and shake our hands in our classroom and then not vote for our COLA. All of these actions have led me to my own conclusions, and let me tell you, actions speak louder than words. The accusations followed with not passing the COLA is taking aim at my livelihood, which I have worked so hard for. My family, who I would struggle to support without my amazing husband's salary. And it's all because you feel you need to stick it to certain teachers, despite the fact that all of the teachers I know put in way more hours than our contract time calls for. Please do the right thing tonight and vote for our COLA.
Katie Brubaker, followed by Gianna.
My name is Katie Brubaker, and I'm a senior at Great Oak High School. I've attended school in TVUSD since kindergarten and am involved in many extracurricular activities. Throughout this time, my teachers have always gone above and beyond to support my journey through life. I've participated in many clubs at Great Oak throughout the years, including California Scholarship Federation, Key Club, Mock Trial, Business Club, Sending Out Love Club, Firefly Club, Action for Civic Engagement, Interact Club, Garden Club, Future Doctors of America Club, Origami Club, and National Honor Society. All of these clubs have several meetings which require a teacher to be present. Teachers spend countless hours advising these clubs to benefit the students and are not compensated for their time. Now that the teachers are only doing what they're paid for, all of these clubs have been paused. Not only do teachers work outside of their pay hours for clubs, but they are always helping students. I've gone to many teachers before or after school for extra help or to make up tests. This has all contributed to my academic success, and I will graduate in the top 5% of my class. Many teachers also use Remind, where students can easily contact their teachers, and then teachers spend even more time working outside of their paid hours. After being part of TVUSD for 13 years, I have never felt the need to speak against the school board until recently. The decisions being made are not beneficial to anyone. Students rely on their teachers' help inside and outside of the classroom. No longer being able to have the extra support of their teachers has been nothing but harmful to students. Schools in Temecula are so amazing because of what our teachers have done for the students like me. So please, approve this raise as it will not only benefit our teachers, but the students as well. Thank you.
Gianna, followed by Jennifer Catalano.
Good evening. My name is Gianna Yerkes. I am a senior at Great Oak High School and the proud daughter of two incredibly hardworking teachers. I am very involved in our school's Peer Leaders Program, captain of our varsity field hockey team, vice president of California Scholarship Federation, and president of both Senior Care Club and Interact Club, the latter three which have been suspended due to most of our teachers' decisions to not work beyond their contracted hours. Even though I have seen for years the amount of time and energy that my parents put into their jobs, these past few weeks have been eye-opening for thousands in this district because they've realized that many of their favorite activities would not be possible if teachers were simply doing what they got paid for. At Great Oak, clubs are a huge aspect of our campus culture, and the absence of the majority of them has brought down the morale of involved students. However, we understand that this is a difficult situation for both the teachers and the students, and if not hosting clubs is the best way to shine light on all that teachers do beyond their contract, then their decision is fully supported by students like myself. It should not be a student's job to fight for fair pay for teachers. I wake up an hour earlier than most of my friends each morning to get to school at 7:30 for my Calculus D class, which my teacher holds as a 0 period so that students from Temecula Valley High School are able to attend as well. I go to field hockey in the afternoon where my coach, who is also a PE teacher, stays after practice to ensure that everyone has a ride home. I am busy and tired, but none of what I do would be possible without my teachers' commitment to providing the best opportunities for their students. I truly believe that the recent meetings held by this board have far surpassed political agendas and have simply consisted of empty promises and decisions that accomplish nothing to improve the quality of our education. You cannot say that you respect teachers and then reject a deal that ensures that they are compensated fairly and in accordance with the cost of living increase. I ask that you please approve of this raise as doing the bare minimum for our more than deserving teachers who genuinely care about and love what they do. But if you won't do it for them, do it for the students. Enough is enough.
Jennifer, followed by Christy McClure.
Hi, board. Mine wasn't originally about, well, part of it was about COLA, so I will speak to that. Our teachers work really hard, and I want you all to know this COLA is not a raise. It is a cost of living adjustment that is entitled to us from the state. It has no bearing on the $83 million that the district has in reserve right now. For the board to just say, oh, don't cry about it, it's retroactive, you'll get your money, is insulting to us. It's very insulting to us. We bargained in good faith. We had a great bargaining team who bargained in good faith with the parameters that you all set in front of us. And for you to sit there and deny our COLA is not okay. There are teachers here, there are students here in support of us all, and you need to approve our COLA. Thank you.
McClure, followed by Jean Femia.
To stick with the theme of lying tonight, I am asking for the discussion and vote to be truthful, unlike the last meeting. I don't want to hear complaints or justifications on why we're not voting on this agenda item like the last meeting. Why am I asking you to stop lying to us? You had no problem giving the entire board 4 days' notice to fire a qualified superintendent without cause. That decision was made with little to no research, no additional time spent on it. You, Joseph, even shut down questions by one of your fellow trustees to push the vote through. Don't tell us tonight you all need extra time to research an issue when we see you push through important decisions without any research. Please don't lie to us about this agenda item. Saying this decision couldn't happen because Danny was missing is just plain lying. You were missing a trustee for the superintendent vote for the same reason, and that didn't stop you. You also stated financial reasons for the delay to gather more information. Might I remind you, the decision to break the contract with the superintendent has cost this district hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's continuing to cost us money. Don't tell us tonight that you need additional information on the bargaining agreement. Last time, you didn't ask a single question about it. In that meeting, as well as at this meeting, you have a brilliant financial district staff member. Might I introduce you to Nicole Lash? She's like my favorite. She speaks at these meetings. She's brilliant. She's impressive. She's incredible. You've all complimented her. Why didn't you ask her one single question about the fiscal impact of the bargaining agreement? I suggest you do so tonight. Why did you, Jen, decide that talking to a trustee from another district would give you better information about our district? Why is Sonia Shaw at Chino more important to your decision-making process here in Temecula than your own qualified district staff? Please don't do that again tonight. When people say there's misinformation on both sides, that's not correct. There's flat-out lying coming out of the mouths of some of these trustees.
Jean Femia, followed by Lynn Breen. Jean Femia.
Jean Femia?
Speaking on a different issue, she
All right,
said.
we'll get you, Jean, on that one. Yes.
Lynn Breen.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Breen, and I've lived in Temecula since 1999. I am a community member. I'm a parent of 2 students who have attended our schools and graduated and gone on to be successful. I'm also a 31-year educator with Temecula Valley Unified School District. But tonight I'm here to talk to you as a member of our Insurance Advisory Committee. Last time I sat in the audience, Mr. Karmosky said, "Please be patient, please be kind. I'm just learning." Well, I'm here tonight to help you to learn. Unfortunately, you canceled the informational items, so I'm helping you to learn about the insurance. I'm not sure if you know, but on October 1st, we renewed our medical insurance. And medical insurance is increasing at an exorbitant rate. Our medical premiums went up 9% for certificated staff and also for our administrators. This renewal will go into effect on October 1st. Unfortunately, you didn't approve the contract that we faithfully bargained, meaning that all of our teachers and most of our administrators will be taking a pay decrease this October if this is not approved tonight. I hope that you can approve this and that it will allow for time for it to go into effect for October, so all teachers can receive the COLA that they so desperately need to cover insurance. Thank you.
Frank Maley, followed by Edgar Diaz.
Hi, my name's Frank Maley. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Gardner Middle School, and I want to talk about a disturbing difference between last year and this year in some of our schools. Last year, Gardner had enough parent and student interest to field 2 Science Olympiad teams. Those teams finished 3rd and 4th in a 20-team regional tournament. No other school had 2 teams finish higher. That shows you how deep the pool of scientific talent is at Gardner. This year, there's a good chance Gardner won't have a team. It's not because there's a lack of student or parent interest. We already have enough kids and dedicated parents from last year to field 1 Science Olympiad team, and we haven't yet even tried to recruit newcomers. Last year, Red Hawk Elementary School started a Science Olympiad program and finished 3rd in the Elementary Division Regional. This year, Red Hawk parents tell me the school probably won't have a team. Last year, James Day Middle School finished in 6th place at the middle school regional. This year, a Day Middle parent who wanted her boys to try Science Olympiad told me the school isn't offering it. So what's the problem? I can't speak to Day Middle, but Gardner and Red Hawk simply can't find a teacher willing to be the head coach. I offered to do it for Gardner, but the principal says it has to be someone younger and more attractive. No, I'm just kidding. It has to be a certified teacher, and unfortunately, none want to do it. Now, why is that? Because it's a lot of work for a little pay. According to the proposed compensation package now up for your consideration, middle school science Olympiad advisors will get a stipend of $1,867. That's barely half of what middle school ASB and yearbook advisors make, and less than half of what high school science Olympiad advisors make. I don't know why that is, but it's important the school district wake up and realize what a good thing it has before it's gone. If we can just get a head coach on board, parents will pitch in as they always have and put in hundreds of
Thank you. We hear you.
Edgar Diaz, followed by Estela Perez.
Put it on my agenda with Kim. Sure.
Hello, I'm just glad you were able to meet our bargaining and budget ad hoc team in our TVA Spotlight, which provide you a little glimpse of the people who do the work every day of TVA to try to move and advance our priorities, as in this particular part happened to be compensation. And as of our last month, I just was very concerned. I think I brought this to attention to the board before, when there are different posts or different things happening in the community. I haven't heard the whole board as a group just say how you support teachers, especially when people were going on Work to Rule. We had different individuals who were posted on social media about them not fulfilling their responsibilities. When you've heard so many eloquent and so many examples of how people go above and beyond because they dedicate so much of their time and their lives to the students of this valley that they deserve, they want to serve. And it's not because of a choice, but it's their commitment. And a lot of it has to do with they feel the community here in Temecula, especially in Temecula Valley Unified School District, and they want to do more than they need to. But as a result of not preparing enough for our last meeting when you guys were here, it just gave them a big reaction. I know you would like to say that I, as TVA president, would like to influence everything I've done. I heard more from different sites the morning after about how they wanted to do and show how they go above and beyond every single day. I would like to add more, but I think you've heard a lot from different individuals from our membership. I'd also like to share that I still continue to ask for you guys to reach out to people, put out a statement, make sure that people aren't being called out in social media for doing what they have, for fulfilling their responsibilities. And okay, maybe you don't take it seriously, but that's just what I'm asking. Rich coming from me, Mr. Gonzalez, well, I don't put out social media posts on different things. But okay, all right. Have a good night.
Estela Perez, followed by Christina Adams.
Good evening, everyone here tonight. I am here today to support increased funding for middle school science Olympiad programs. My daughter has participated with Gardner Middle School these past 2 years and placed in events at invitational and regionals. Our middle school team qualified to attend SoCal State competitions at Caltech this past year, which was a great experience for all of the students. This morning, I asked my daughter what she likes about Science Olympiad. Her response was learning about science and the competition, which I think our country greatly needs. Her dream is to be an engineer like her brother, who also participated in the Great Oaks Science Olympiad program. He is now in his senior year at UCSD's Warren College, working on his bachelor's in chemical engineering, and recently accepted into the master's program. During his senior year, the Science Olympiad program was halted due to COVID-19. Don't let our students' experience be halted because of lack of funding. Please provide increased stipends for our Temecula Valley Middle School Science Olympiad program and fair pay for our teachers and classified employees. As a parent of students, I've lived here for 12 years. I've had 2 graduates from Great Oak High School, straight A students, all for the love of science, but I feel like we're lacking and we could do a lot better. Like Mr. Maley did explain, we went to state. in Riverside, we are one of the top schools in Science Olympiad. So I hope as you guys hear me out, this is my first time coming to one of these meetings, so it's very important. As you can hear in my voice, it is nerve-wracking.
Last speaker, Christina Adams.
To start out, let me just say thank you to all the teachers that have truly made an impact in my life and have supported my interests and career goals. Also, if I switch out of your class, I'm talking about racially ignorant Santone. Since we can say names now, this doesn't apply. I have a few points, but let me make it quick. Number one, Komorowski, you mentioned that no one would know you or any of the other board members are Christian, yet Jen showed up to Christian Youth Club recently at my school, and many of the students heard and knew about it, so let's be real, that's not the case. Number two, holding teachers deserved money hostage just because they don't agree with you and want you out of your position, so you pay them less is petty. Granted, I'm not surprised, and some of it shows in somebody's social media temper tantrums. My teachers have been there for us students and have carried the mental baggage of so many of us, at least 200 each, which every one of us they know very well. And on top of that, when the schools do not appropriately fund these classes, the equipment needed to truly teach their subjects come out of their pockets. When we have fundraisers, they're the first ones to help fund our clubs. Even one of my teachers has spent thousands of dollars to get us telescopes, wood, tools, and so many things that the school does not provide. Even buying groceries for one of their students in need when they were left by themselves. Number three, if you ask any student in my class who their favorite teacher was, some of those people are in this room. And on top of that, if it wasn't for those teachers, I wouldn't have matured and came to the understanding that I have for myself. So tell me why they are so underpaid that they sometimes cannot afford rent. The same types of people that gave you your education. Granted, from what I've seen, it seems that sometimes they fail. But I'll say this, last thing. World doesn't operate without knowledge. Knowledge comes from schools, and schools are nothing without its students and teachers. Teachers give us knowledge, and if knowledge runs the world, then please run these teachers their checks.
Thank you. If there are no more comments, I will declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time, 8:53. Action item 3, acceptance of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Temecula Valley Educators Association CTA-NEA Tentative Agreement Article 7 Compensation and Benefits, September 18, 2023. Unless we have discussion, do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mrs. Barclay. Do we have any discussion?
Brief discussion, if I might.
Yeah, Mr. Gonzalez.
I just want to clarify a couple of things. The first thing that I want to clarify is an apology to the entire community, all of our teachers. I don't really care which shirt color you decided to wear here today. I value each and every one of you. I value all of your contributions to this district and this school. I apologize because I was not here. And I feel like if I was here, we wouldn't have had to wait an entire month to get this COLA across the finish line. There were some questions that I had up front, and I do want to defend Dr. Komorowski's decision to halt and to pause because he was not clear on my questioning, my line of questioning that had nothing to do and was not related to our teachers' well-deserved raises. And I want to make sure that it is a raise, it is COLA, but we can have that discussion at a later time, okay? So, yeah, COLA was given to the district, so thank you. Listen, the bottom line is this delay had nothing to do with our teachers and their staff. I have been one of the most outspoken advocates. This entire board sat up here in closed session, which you're not privy to, unanimous, in, pardon my French, kicking Marietta's ass when it came to what we were getting for our teachers to help to close some of that gap that existed. That has not changed, and I don't believe it will, but I apologize for not being here so that didn't get across the line sooner. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Any other discussion?
Well, I'm just really glad that we're here. I too would like to apologize that we have waited so long. It's so well deserved, and there's no reason that we should have had this delay. And I'm hoping that we're all gonna give a great unanimous vote for these amazing teachers. I see their work constantly. I love their little faces. I see them when I'm on campuses, and so many of them personally love my daughter, and she loves you back. And I am just really glad that we are finally here tonight, and I wish it would have been sooner. So.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. Ms. Wurzma?
So I'm glad we're all here tonight as well. It's been a long couple of weeks, and I will say I know teachers put in extra hours. I remember my mom grading papers and essays. She was a middle school English teacher, and she spent hours over the weekend. So I saw that, I recognized it, appreciated her, and I appreciate all of you. In the last few weeks, I have been able to have additional discussions with Mrs. Lash. Thank you, Nicole, for that. I spoke with the Chief Business Officer in Riverside County, Mr. Price. That was invaluable as well because he looks at a county perspective. I found out other aspects of the negotiation process that were invaluable for me, including the fact that you can have a school board member who is a part of negotiations. So what I've learned in the last few weeks has been invaluable. I'm glad we're here tonight. I'm here to vote for teachers. I do want to say I've also done a deep dive into Temecula to kind of look at where salaries are at for the average Temecula'n, right? It might be around 45 to 60, depending on their age and so forth. For me, it was gratifying as a board member to see that the median for us, for teachers, depending on how long you've been here, is close to 100,000. And on top of that, there's additional benefits, which great. We are thankful for the legacy that you build in our children. The one thing I learned about COLA too is that it is a cost of living adjustment. Not every district takes it all in and gives it all out. So different districts give different amounts. I didn't necessarily know that they might get 8.22% and then give 4% or 5%. So every district varies, and that was really important for me to learn as well. When I vote tonight, I am supporting all teachers in this room. Let it be clear. I especially want to say I appreciate those of you who chose to keep the faith and allowed us to press pause for a few moments to ask some additional questions. I just want to say thank you to that. I want to say thank you. What I've learned about this is that the homework's never done, and what's so cool is I love it. And I will say without a doubt, I am telling you,
Keep your comments down, please. Thank you.
I'm only looking forward to getting better and better, and I hope you give me that grace. For those of you that continued on day after day, and met with students and clubs and did what you did because you love your students. You know the Goldens. I appreciate you. I appreciate the fact that maybe you didn't put...
Sir, that's your first warning for disturbing the meeting. Thank you. Please keep your comments down.
Point is, maybe you didn't have to put up a sign or end a club to keep on moving on. Loving kids, doing what you do every day. Having said that, at this point, I just want you to know that the vote, this kind of disrespect is really sad.
It is.
What I wanted to get in was the extra thank you to the people who gave it the time. All right? So
You know
with
what,
that,
Mrs.
it.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to have Dr. Velez speak to the room. She wants to.
If I can just have everybody's attention, I understand that this is a very emotional time for people. This has been a journey that our district has never been on before, but I am going to ask for just let us get through this. I understand there's emotion. There has been so much work that has been done behind the scenes by everybody up here. I just ask that we get to a vote, allow board members to go ahead and say what they would like to say in regards to this item. This has been a long-awaited journey, so can we please just allow some quiet time so each board member can say something and we can get to the vote. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thanks, Dr. Velez. Okay, you're done. Thank you, Mrs. Wurzman. Mr. Schwartz?
As someone who's spent 40 years in the classroom, I know what you folks go through every day, and I'm talking to all of you, everyone who's wearing red shirts or blue shirts. I know what it's like to be in the classroom. I know what it's like to come home and do lesson plans or grade papers. And I visited every school in this district except for one, and that one's on my calendar. And I will say what I say to every principal when I leave. I would work here, and I would send my children here, and that's thanks to you people. So, well-deserved. I'm voting yes.
I echo the sentiments on all the board members that have previously spoke. I'm very grateful for all the teachers here. I'm a fellow educator, and I know what it's like to grade essays. So when you are behind in grading essays, I'm in prayer for you. It's a lot of work, Very grateful for your time and dedication to the students. Yeah, just thank you. Just keep it that short but sweet. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Lene, you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez.
I forgot one important thing. Oh my gosh. Very excited to visit all the teachers in the classrooms, and I just want to reemphasize how grateful I am. But there's one specific, Jason Charles, I love your class, and I can't wait to get your deck of cards in the argument thing that you use. I'm a huge fan, just saying. I have to make that plug. All right, thank you, sorry.
Okay, Gonzalez.
Yes.
Barclay.
Aye.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you. Okay, action item number 4, notice to conduct a public hearing of the Temecula Valley Unified School District's reopener proposal for contract negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA NEA, for the 2023-24 school year. I call for a motion and a second to conduct this public hearing.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez. I will second it. Lene, you mind taking a roll? Oh.
What?
Oh, I seconded it.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Barclay.
Aye.
Schwartz.
No.
Wiersma.
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye, motion adopted 4-0. And one no, sorry, 4-1. That's right, 4-1. Okay, so number 5, conduct a public hearing of the Temecula Valley Unified School District's reopener proposal for contract negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA NEA, for the 2023-24 school year. I call for a motion and a second to conduct this public hearing.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind taking roll?
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Barclay.
I am so sorry. I cannot get my computer on. Can you open that attachment? I apologize. The notice? The second one, yeah. Oh, okay. No, I'm voting no.
Okay.
Schwartz.
I apologize.
No.
I should have voted no last time.
Wiersma.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 3-2. We have two I'll get that. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing regarding the Temecula Valley Unified School District's reopener proposal for contract negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA NEA, for the 2023-24 school year. I declare the hearing now open at 9:05 p.m. If there's anyone who wishes to comment on the joint proposal by the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA NEA, and Temecula Valley Unified School District for successor reopener contract negotiations for the 2024-25 through 2026-27 school year, a total of 30 minutes is provided so that members of the public can address the board. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes apiece. So we have two comments. We could take them at 2 minutes apiece. Okay, thank you, Linda.
First up is Edgar Diaz, followed by Kim De La Cruz.
Staff board, thank you again, one more night. Yesterday, I happened to send a cease and desist letter to you, one in my long strand of different items to send. This one having to do with an email that was sent last week, but then wasn't, a false email, but then it happened, we got a notification that this was gonna be opened, even though that email was not sent from a district area or a district person on the board. And the letter reads, Dear board members, on Friday, the school board posted an online agenda for its meeting scheduled for October 17, 2023. Within that agenda was action item P4, which states a desire by TVSD to reopen Article 2 of the TVA-TVSD Collective Bargaining Agreement. Please be advised that Article 29, term of the CBA, states that reopener topics must be identified in writing between January 1 and April 1. TVSD has not previously notified the association of a desire to reopen an additional section of the contract, and attempting to do so outside of that window outlined by the CBA is a unilateral change to the terms and conditions of the contract that were previously bargained. I wonder why it's being opened now, outside of those timelines. Further, the attached documentation on the agenda item states that it is intended to be a notification to the association that the district will reopen Article 2 union rights for the purpose of negotiating the impacts and effects of implementing Education Code Section 44987. As leave is a mandatory subject of bargaining, negotiations on this topic are subject to decisional bargaining and not limited to the impacts and effects of district decisional to unilaterally and into any bargaining around changes to the collective bargaining agreement related to this topic until it has been properly reopened under the terms of this agreement. Which is basically saying you're breaking the contract, folks. You are not following the timelines of our contract, you are breaking it, you're coming through with it, it's an illegal thing. You could wait till January when the whole contract is open and you can reopen it in a full bargaining session. This is upheld by a California Public Employee Relations Board in decision number 2378 on Centinela Valley Board Secondary Teacher Association. You're breaking state law, follow the board policy, follow your regulations, follow our contract, please.
Kim De La Cruz.
I'm speaking on the district's reopener proposal for the contract negotiations with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA-NEA, for the 23-24 school year. The district is proposing to open Article 2, Union Rights and the Impacts and Effects of Implementing Ed Code Section 44987. Article 2 from the collective bargaining agreement has specific language that goes above the basic requirement of Ed Code. This language, specifically Article 2.6, 2.6.1, and 2.6.2, is bargained in good faith, apparently something the board majority knows nothing about. Ed Code Section 44987 refers to the district granting to any employee upon request a leave of absence without loss of compensation for the purpose of enabling the employer to serve as an elected officer of any local school district public employee organization. It goes on to say that following the school district's payment of the employee for the leave of absence, the school district shall be reimbursed by the employee organization of which the employee is an elected officer for all compensation paid to the employee on account of the leave unless other agreements have been bargained. If the board majority for 1 minute thinks TVA is going to give up Article 2.6.2, you need to think again. TVEA and TVUSD negotiated above Ed Code. We negotiated and agreed that our president is on full-time release from regular duties, is paid in the usual manner as if he or she was an irregular employee of the district, and that the district will pay up to $100,000 for the cost of the TVA president's salary, health, and welfare benefits. Furthermore, Article 29.2 states, if desired, either the district or association may notify the other in writing no sooner than January 1st and no later than April 1st annually of its desire to reopen negotiations. As a TVEA grievance chairperson, I'm putting it on record that the district is not within the time frame to reopen the articles for this school year and request that the district honor and follow the timelines of the TVEA-TVUSD collective bargaining agreement as stated in Article 29.
Thank you. There are no more comments, so I'll declare the public hearing closed. Public hearing end time, 9:10. On to action item 6, acceptance of the Temecula Valley Unified School District's reopener proposal for contract negotiation with the Temecula Valley Educators Association, CTA-NEA, for the 2023-24 school year. I call for a motion and a second to adopt this, unless we have discussion first.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wiersma.
Discussion?
Discussion?
Mr. Schwartz, you want to go first, or Mrs. Barclay?
Go ahead, Steve.
No, it's all right, you go first. I'm still reading what it says, because I didn't think we were going to get this far, but go ahead.
It says, just stick it to us.
So there are a lot of issues that I feel that we have with this particular item. One issue is that this is part of our contract, and you can bargain beyond Ed Code. Ed Code is not, if it's been, you can bargain Ed Code, and that's what's happened. If we don't want that, if this board decides that, then there's a procedure for that, and that would be to bring it back during negotiations and negotiate it, just like any other piece of the contract. I think it's a poor decision on this board's part if we move forward with this, because we're just opening ourselves up on so many levels that if we really want to bargain that in the future, let's discuss it. But again, me loving a rule, we need to do it during the proper time in negotiations, because right now it's a little interesting timing that we would pick to do this right now. I feel like it's something that we should be doing within the confines of when we sunshine articles to negotiate. And I think would be a poor choice on our board's part. And, you know, as has been mentioned, the legal costs that this district is seeing over the past 9 months are totally insane, never seen before in the history of this district. And there's only one reason for that. And we're just gonna pile on. And I think it's very poor use of this district's money to keep going and piling on these legal costs, which that's what's gonna happen here. So, not in favor.
Thank you, Mrs. Barclay. Mr. Schwartz?
I don't know, when I was a young man, I don't know who told me, your word is your bond. Our word with this union was the proposal we made. They accepted it. The union members voted for it. That was our word. That was our bond. I do not like going back on my word. Whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant. We made an agreement. We need to stick to it. And I don't think that this is something that we need to open up. As Allison said, I don't go calling the lawyers every time I have a question. I never called a lawyer for the first 2.5 years I was on this school board. But it seems like every time someone on the board has a question, they're consulting legal. Well, forget about legal. I'm talking about moral. We made an agreement with the teachers. We're supposed to stick to it. January 1st, if you want to reopen negotiations, that's fine. And I will comment my own personal opinion. I do trust you, Edward. And I don't think that teachers' union is the mafia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Sorry, Edgar.
Mr. Gonzalez, any comments? Any comments from you? No, I don't.
I'll
Mr.
make a
Gonzalez?
few comments real quick, because I was the one that brought this up. I brought this up originally one of my first couple of weeks here at TVUSD as a board member. It was a concern. I saw it. It was something that I noticed at being a parent and wondering, you know, during an election, why is taxpayer money going to fund the TVA president's salary while he's working in concert with a political PAC to advocate for candidates for the position of school board. Frankly, this was something that I brought to the original superintendent's attention, that I asked that this be considered, that I asked that this be bargained. That didn't happen. A lot of time has gone by. I brought this up. I know you guys are not privy to closed session, but I did bring this up to Mr. Arce back in July. Eventually, it was discussed in August, and we had discussed reopening it as a matter of viewing total compensation. The reason that we were looking at this is because I believe this money has been misappropriated and done illegally in violation of Ed Code for multiple reasons. Specifically, the Ed Code 44987 that was brought up, the young lady that was at the podium actually tacked on some extra language that doesn't exist in Ed Code, because the Ed Code says specifically, I quote, Following the school district's payment of the employee for the leave of absence, the school district shall be reimbursed by the employee organization of which the employee is an elected officer for all compensation paid to the employee on account of the leave. Full stop. It doesn't have any of that fluffy language. If we like the guy, we can go ahead and change that. The language in Ed Code is very clear. Additionally, the role of a union president, I know, I'm a union guy, I'm pro-union. I guess that's funny. I don't know why, but okay. Yeah, well, yeah. There's a difference between my union, who's a skilled labor union, and public unions apparently, because we're not bargaining with somebody else's money. So this is per Education Code 7054. The position of a union president sometimes puts them at odds with the interest of not only the district but also of the taxpayers. It is the job of that union president to advocate for his employees. That is his position. It is unconscionable to think that that union president would be able to separate himself from political activities. In doing so, our $100,000 that we finance his salary, it is impossible for him to not violate Ed Code 7054 with district resources going to fund political activities within the school system. I think this is egregious. I think the practice needs to stop immediately. The law is on our side. I say we end the practice of paying this salary immediately. We've extended an offer to the union to reopen this, to negotiate impacts and effects. But frankly, I think he's just going to file another lawsuit, drag the district through more legal fees and more political garbage, and that's okay. That's okay. Do it. We're here. I think the fight is worth it because, frankly, it's illegal and wrong. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I echo those sentiments exactly. Mrs. Wiersma.
I think that the thing that I think about in reallocating those resources of $100,000 would be 100 buses that get to go to athletic events. I'm just saying, I know that with resources that we have, we'd love to send some of those back in.
Thank you. Keep on going. We're done. All right. Lene, would you mind, because we have a motion in a second, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Nay.
Schwartz, Wiersma,
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye. Motion adopted. 3-1. All right, we're on to action item number 7, revised certificated substitute salary schedule 2023-24. Actually, let's wait for these rude individuals to quiet down the room as they're leaving. Thank you. Already voted, Mr. Schwartz. You're in the bathroom. It's too late. 3-1. Okay, so we're on to revised certificated substitute salary schedule 2023-24. All right.
Yeah, he started a lawsuit.
Do your homework, not true.
Any discussion on this? Oh, my. Thank you. Thank you.
Number
Now we
7?
can conduct some board business.
Number 7? We on
Governing
number 7?
board business. Number 7.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Do we have any discussion? Discussion. Ms. Barclay?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's give the subs more pay.
All right.
Absolutely.
Lene, would you like
Let's
to
do
call
it.
roll?
All for it.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay.
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye, aye, aye.
Is that an aye? In the aye?
Wiersma.
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. On to action item 8, amendment to the administrative confidential classified non-represented executive salary schedules. I call for a motion and a second to ratify the new administrative confidential
Second.
classified non-represented executive salary schedules effective July 1, 2023. Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Do you have any discussion on this? We do. We have mics lit up for discussion?
No.
My mic's lit up to vote.
Lit up to vote? Any discussion? Just checking. All right. We have a motion and a second. Everybody's lit up. Lene?
Just a quick statement,
Okay.
actually, if you don't mind.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Just a huge thank you to
Oh,
all
I
of
think
your
there's a,
office
co-
staff.
is there a
Do we
public
have a
comment on
public
this?
comment?
We do have
I
a public
apologize.
comment.
Oh, that's right. Welcome up.
Come
Well,
on,
you-
Gene.
You first.
Gene, I apologize, Gene. Welcome up.
Ms. Femia, I apologize, that was on me. I actually had it sitting here, and I didn't give it to Dr. Komrosky, so.
No problem. Hello again. My name is Jean Femia, and I'll make this quick. I urge you to approve the salary increase for management and administrative staff. I know that we have had difficulty recently in finding well-qualified administrators to fill necessary positions, including principals. Salary is the most basic incentive to attract good people, although certainly not the only one. In the past, TVUSD has given the same salary increases to people in these positions as we have to the certificated staff, so that there's a continuing incentive for teachers to move up to administrative positions. This is a good tradition to follow. I'd also like to point out that the money for the cost of living adjustment comes directly from the state for these employees, as well as for the teachers and classified staff, so the COLA has no impact on the district's financials. Please approve these salary adjustments as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, you had a comment.
It was just a quick thank you to everybody in our admin staff, all the way down the line, Linnea and everybody else. I just want to say thank you, and I would hope that you would pass on my sincere thanks to all the district staff for everything that they do. This is a small thing that we get to do, but I really appreciate everybody's hard work and effort, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, I absolutely will pass that on, and I just want to take a couple seconds to thank my team. The amount of data and information they have pulled has been incredible, so thank you to my team, and thank you for the board. Thank you to the board.
Yeah, I would echo that. The amount of work that you all have done in the past couple of weeks, I mean, the charts, the colors, the breakdowns, it's been fantastic. So appreciate all of your hard work on this and every day.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma, Dr. Velez, and Mr. Gonzalez. Mr.
Quick,
Schwartz?
just a quick, if we
Yeah.
want to keep these great people, we have to make their pay commensurate with the skill level and the job they do. I know when I first heard Nicole do the first budget thing, and she talked about the actual audit and the projected audit, that in a $400 million budget, it came out to 0.5%, which is unbelievable and amazing. And in order to retain these people, we have to give them what they deserve, and I thank them all for what they do. So let's vote.
Sir. Ms. Wiersma?
So for me, I would like to give a big thank you as well. I'm going to stand in a little bit of a different position with this. I know many of you realize we've got a search for a new superintendent. I realize when you bring in a CEO, when you bring in a superintendent, there could be changes, things to be dealt with, and I would prefer waiting on certificated administrators and executive salaries. I think that there's some good questions to be asked in that arena, and I know that we're still negotiating with classified, and I would really like to see them taken care of before moving in this particular direction. So that's kind of where I stand here, and I would love to think through that. I especially want to thank the people who mention things for the kids, like the Olympiad or middle school sports. Those are all the things that I know we're all thinking about, and so when we look at the COLA and raises and all of that, that's what goes through my mind, and I would rather wait for a superintendent to come to the helm and look at some of those top-tiered positions.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma, and I would like to thank the district as well. We have really worked you, and the amount of data that you put forth in the last week or two is awesome. Thank you so much. Especially thank you, Mrs. Lash, for allowing me to sit down with you for about an hour and putting it in second gear when you really helped me understand the budget in many different ways. I really, really appreciate it. Helped me make a very clear decision. I wasn't clear on the last board meeting. I'm clear now. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Lene?
Gonzalez,
Absolutely, yes.
Barclay,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Wiersma,
Abstain.
Komrosky.
So
Why is she abstaining?
So for clarity, you would have to, you would have to specify.
Okay, then I'll say no for the reasons that I
That's
mentioned.
better.
Okay.
Komrosky,
Yes, motion adopted 4-1. And number 8. All right, here we go. Number 9, revised board policy 3514, environmental safety. So for this one, I can at least read off the language, and I prefer to go last if anybody has board comments, but I'll at least go. So I had General Legal add, I looked up the environmental safety policy and had him add this language in promoting, under, let me see here. In promoting the health and the safety of student staff and in compliance with its duty to provide an environment free from life hazards, new wireless telecommunication transfer installments are prohibited on all school premises. For existing wireless telecommunication transmitter installment leases within the district shall not extend or renew such leases. And that's the language added. If there's any discussion, we can go
Yes.
one at a time, and then I'll go last. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, I have some discussion, and I provided it to everybody on the board. So,
I apologize, we have public comments.
oh, okay, go for it.
If you want to finish, we can do.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
I'll
okay.
wait.
Okay, so we have two, Christine Massa, if you'd like to come up first.
Can't hear you, Chris. Turn it on. I don't know where Jose is. Is the hand mic there?
Thank you. It's okay, I timed it, Mike. Is it on? Okay, thank you. So for a school board that's supposed to be focused on education and transparency, here you go again, making it all difficult. Mr. Komrosky, you may be the only person on the dais moderately qualified to discuss 5G due to the research and plagiarization you did for your PhD dissertation. But I find it hard to believe you think you can impart all of your knowledge here without bringing in experts to talk to the rest of the board about this. Doing research does not make one an expert. And Mrs. Wiersma, 3 weeks ago, you declined to give teachers their cost of living adjustment because you needed to do more research, even though it was already done and documented for you. If you choose to vote yes on this topic with the minimal amount of information presented on this incredibly complex topic, we will know for certain that your actions in the last meeting were disingenuous. There is clearly not enough information presented tonight to make a decision. But let's talk about why cell coverage is so important. How many of our district students access the internet via mobile hotspots provided by the district because they don't have internet at home? Do you know that? Do you have the answers to that question? You should know that before you decide on this topic. And if you don't, then you're not committed to this topic or the kids. You advocate for safety. In the event of a disastrous event, be it an earthquake or a mass shooting, how will we network to locate our children? How are many parents like me who are working off a Wi-Fi hotspot on our phones so that we can attend our children's school activities that are games during school time, how are we going to do that? Well, we're still on the clock having to watch our kids' game. When you give out tickets to these meetings so early that most parents and teachers can't get here, how do you expect them to watch it?
And last, how will Mrs. Wiersma send illegal videos from her multiple school visits where she's not allowed to post images she takes but does anyway, including a video she posted of my minor children at a TVUSD campus at a school function? So take off your tinfoil hats, please, and put away your conspiracy theories and reconsider these things. This isn't back to basics, and we don't need to be talking about it. Get back to education.
Mr. Schwartz?
David Maddox.
Oh, we do have one more, David Maddox. Okay.
David.
All right, good evening, trustees and executive staff. My name is David Maddox. I'm a TVUSD alumni, and I have 3 kids attending Jackson Elementary. I also work at Hemet Unified as a network technician specializing in wireless telecommunications. During the pandemic, my department was called to work on site. We were deemed essential workers, and I used to answer the technology helpline at the time. I would get several calls a day from kids trying to connect to their classrooms or access their homework online. And it was always the kids with the LTE hotspots who struggled the most because they couldn't get wired broadband service at their address. Many of them had transient living arrangements. Cell tower coverage was inconsistent, or sometimes they just couldn't find a safe place to park the car that they were living out of. The digital divide is an abstract concept for many people, and until you see what it really looks like up close, it can be hard to fully appreciate what a significant barrier it is to academic success. Now, we found ways to bridge that gap in Hemet by utilizing Citizens Broadband Radio Service, abandoned TV whitespace channels, Wi-Fi gardens. We used every technology available to us to support our students. Unfortunately, what tonight's board policy says to TVUSD families is Temecula can't, Temecula won't provide our students with the same access to opportunity that students in Hemet now have. Now, this policy puts all of our students at a disadvantage, but I can tell you from experience that the people it hurts the most are those who are already living the furthest from opportunity. I urge you to consider the least among us, put our students first, and vote against this harmful regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I did some research, and I've provided it to everyone else on the board. So just real quickly, according to the American Cancer Society, there's no correlation between cancer and cell towers. The radio frequency waves can't damage your brain, and there's no higher risk of disease, including cancer. According to the World Health Organization, to date, and after much research, no adverse health effect has been causally linked with exposure to wireless technologies. Health-related conclusions are drawn from studies performed across the entire radio spectrum, but so far only a few studies have been carried out at the frequencies used by 5G. Tissue heating is the main mechanism of interaction between radio frequency fields and the human body. Radio frequency exposure levels from current technologies result in negligible temperature rise in the human body. I also included the study from the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, wireless devices and health concerns. Briefly, many federal agencies have considered the important issue of determining safe levels of exposure to RF energy. Likewise, NIOSH conducts investigations and health hazard assessments for wireless devices intended for use near or use the body. These guidelines specify exposure limits in terms of exposure rates, and you could read the whole thing, but basically there's no research that supports the theory that wireless technology or cell towers cause cancer. So I think that this agenda number 9 and 10 are ill-advised and should definitely not be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Anybody else? Ms. Barclay?
Sure. So where to start? Okay. So first of all, we do have an issue with the fact that we have existing towers on our school property. So if we were to say that we don't allow them, so we're prohibiting them, but would that affect the leases that we currently have?
I'm going to let every board member speak, and then we can have discussion.
The answer's no.
Just one at a time, Allison.
So, well, I mean, I just have questions, but I guess we'll ask the questions later. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank one of our lovely parents here in the district who actually reached out to experts across the world. This was pretty impressive. So hats off to you for bringing that. Thank you. And sent us all of this information, and there's so much. I'm not going to get into all of it, but really, there are actually the foremost expert in the #1 expert in the world on safety of electromagnetic fields responded to her, which I thought was so cool. What a nice guy. And he really brought some very good points, which echo a little bit of what Steve talked about, that there is no consensus that these towers cause issues. And one issue that I learned a lot reading this, but one issue is that the electromagnetic fields that come out from the towers, they don't go down, they go out. So if there's one on your campus, it's probably shooting somewhere else, not on your campus. And we can't control what happens around the community. So chances are, by eliminating the ones on our campuses, we're affecting our own ability to communicate in our campuses and not prohibiting or eliminating any sort of perceived damage to our students. Secondly, it is a big safety concern because that would mean that a lot of schools already have very sketchy cell service, and really it's going to make it worse. And that's how our Raptor system works. Teachers are able to indicate if there's an intruder in the building or alert the rest of the campus to an emergency through cell phones. And all the research from literally all over the world, including Health Canada, FDA, they indicate that really the culprit, if there was any damage being caused by these fields, is coming from cell phones. So if we're all carrying cell phones, that's really where it's coming from. The heating of the cells and the tissues don't come from the towers. It's not high enough. And that's regulated through the FCC, and it's actually regulated across the world. There are international guidelines on that, and that's how our towers here are regulated. So by eliminating those from our property, it's not going to promote the health and safety of our students. It's going to affect the emergency communication and the safety of our students, which every parent should actually be really concerned about. And secondly, it is an income source. I mean, obviously that's not priority over health and safety, but it's a large income source for our district. And when we allow the cell tower on our property, we can control it a little more, because I was told today that one of our campuses didn't allow, they didn't build on us, but they built it literally right next door. And we can't compel, and this goes into the second one, but we can't compel the city to make any ordinance, and they're not going to. So it's not going to help our campuses at all. It's really just going to hurt students and our district by implementing this, and it will not affect the health and safety of the students. And that's widely, I'd love to send you all the many, many thousands of studies on that.
Thank you, Mrs. Barclay. Mrs. Wursma, I forgot, Mr. Gonzalez, do you want to go or no? Did you already go?
It's over my head, bro. Go ahead.
Over your head. Mrs. Wursma? All right, so I am going to take my time with this.
Sorry, I didn't touch your sign. Excuse me. I didn't touch her sign. You did.
We didn't ask you. Thank you. It was assault of the sign.
Thank you. We just want to move on with the meeting. The room has enough seating. If you feel uncomfortable, maybe move around a little bit. All right. So number one, I ran on this campaign card, and it says reduce harmful radiation, excessive RF EMF exposure to students and staff over a year ago. I'm gonna wait.
What is going on here?
She grabbed her sign.
Seriously.
And put it over there, and I would just like it back.
Yeah, can we, you know what? Let's just let it go. Let's just stay in our seats. We're more than halfway through this meeting. Gotta keep on going. All right. Okay. I'm just going to give you some facts, and I appreciate, by the way, I appreciate Mrs. Barclay and Mr. Schwartz. I appreciate you engaging. So I just want to acknowledge that. Fact number one, I've worked in the field of nuclear medicine for 20 years and have a degree in radiation, radiologic technology, and currently hold my state and national license for nuclear medicine technology and radiologic technology. I was also a clinical instructor for nuclear medicine technology through Loma Linda University. I've retired as a radiology supervisor. For many of these years, I've also worked in the capacity of a radiation safety officer of many of my jobs. All intents and purposes, I am an expert in this area. I've also written my dissertation in this area. I made it free to the public. So when you want to hear from an expert, you are. He's sitting right with you. And I don't say that in an arrogant sense. I will let the audience know that 3 of the board members were under vicious attacks. 2 lost their job. 1 came after my dissertation and tried to strip it from me. I will let the audience know that after this night, that matter has been resolved. Claremont Graduate University takes academic research very seriously. That matter has been resolved. And guess what? My dissertation is intact, very much intact. Any other comments that are egregious like this are nothing more than defamation of my character, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And now I'll just let you know, maybe you can read the dissertation, maybe you can read it, and look at the argument that I've made, but I'll go on. So I've dealt with that. This is important because I know how to measure radiation accurately. When I was a nuclear medicine tech, we had ring badges in nuclear medicine that, you know, we can find out how much radiation we're getting to our fingers when we inject isotopes. Thyroid badges. I use Geiger counters, ion chambers. I know exactly how to measure radiation. When the anesthesiologist was pregnant, I would go up there and make sure she had an additional badge for her baby. When a guy has pellets removed from his bladder from surgery in the Foley cath, I would go in the middle of the night with an ion chamber, measure the room. When somebody had iodine-131 ablation and they had to be isolated away from patients in the middle of the night and there was a leak under the floor or just weird stuff, I would have to go measure. So this is why I'm an expert. I was for many years. So I understood how radiation works. So for me, I felt confident doing my dissertation in this area and in applied ethics. It's an environmental issue. I knew about it. So I was like, okay, let me see what I come up with. So I knew how to keep safe environments for my colleagues that I worked with in nuclear medicine, MRI, and CAT scan. So with that being said, it's a big deal to me. This led me to my first fact. I'm just going to take you through one tower, and when I do this, when I take you through the journey of what I experienced and what I know, and so just to educate the people that aren't here on how this tower went up and the process and the you might say it's pretty embarrassing, but I'll get to that. It's pretty embarrassing at the lack of information the modern person has in public. A lot of people get cocky and tell me, oh, it doesn't harm anything. We're going to get to that. So let me try to I'm going to try to take 100 pieces and make it into a 5 to 6 piece puzzle. I'm going to try to make the invisible problem of electromagnetic radiation visible to you. You can't see it. We live in a sea of electromagnetic radiation every day. All of us do. So I'm going to try to make the problem visible so that, and if I don't convince people in this room to vote, that's totally fine. But this is a big deal, and I just want to educate all the students, staff, and teachers in this district because we have 3 cell phone towers on school district property. To me, that's offensive. The average person walking around could care less. Like a skater, when they walk around, they're thinking about a skating mine, curbs to skate on, handrails to skate on. When I walk around, I'm always thinking radiation safety everywhere I go. That's just me. Whether we talk about electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic frequencies, you can say the semantic range is one and the same depending on what who you're getting the information from. But let me make this understandable for you. So the interaction between electromagnetic radiation is directly proportional to the size of the matter it interacts with. Some might call this wave-particle duality, you know, but, and it splits off into different kinds of understanding. But does anybody remember the old school antennas on a car? They used to be this big. That's because radio waves interacted with them because they were as big as those antennas. But if you notice in the last decade, they've started shrinking down to way smaller. Some cars don't even have those antennas. So it works the same way with visible light interacting with the photoreceptors in your eyes, or gamma rays, or X-rays interacting with electrons in your body. When those electrons get ejected, it's called ionizing radiation. It can cause damage to your body. Microwaves work by shaking water molecules. It's called thermionic emission. When you put water in a microwave, it's shaking it, right? How much percentage of our brain is made of water? I just want to put that out in your mind, and I'll get to that in a minute. No, actually, I can get to that now. So microwave radiation has a frequency of 2.45 gigahertz and is producing microwaves. So they say the percentage in the body, you know, it depends on your body habitus, you know, how much water you got, but let's say 45 to 75% of water. And then the brain's about 73%. We got that from the Journal of Biological Chemistry. You can look at different textbooks. People get it. A lot of our body's made of water. That's why you're not supposed to go near a microwave. The cell phone towers are emitting millimeter waves in microwave format. These are two-way microwave receivers, just so that I can break it down to you. They produce heat. So I'm trying, like I said, trying to take the invisible problem to make it visible to you. And I can give you those, you know, those understandings of, you know, how microwaves work. So on that, fact 2, the installation of the cell tower at a local Temecula Middle School went through a CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act review, which went to the school board on a public agenda in September 2019. The final agreement was approved at a second public board meeting in November 2019. Yes, your current TVUSD board voted this AT&T 5G tower to be installed at TMS. Their justification, and I've heard this from a few audience members, lack of service and poor service in the area. Fact 4, many parents wrote letters to the TVUSD school board providing evidence showing cause for concern for safety of themselves and their children attending TMS. These parents felt that they were ignored by the current TVUSD school board back then. It was kind of funny. Back then, I was writing my dissertation about this very subject, and I was in my garage. It was COVID lockdown. I had no idea a tower was going up in TMS. Had no idea. I find out, you know, months later, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I would have been involved in that, but I just didn't know. Eventually, in October 2020, a response came from Janet Dixon, who was, at the time, director of Facilities Department in TVUSD. She provided links to the American Cancer Society, ACS, the World Health Organization, WHO, the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. 2 board members mentioned those, and I'm really glad you did, because I'm about to turn those on its head. So, and I respect it. Like I said, a lot of people are ignorant, and they just don't know. But again, this is my area of expertise, and I'm going to dive a little bit deeper. So let me see here. We believe the current projects will greatly benefit our entire Temecula Valley community in meeting the increased online needs that has so many of our Valley families working and learning from home. So this is justification, and I get it. And if people want faster Wi-Fi, COVID lockdowns, I totally get the equitable response from teachers. It's understandable. So fact 7, when Janet Dixon provided the links from the WHO and the FCC, she provided outdated research to the community. I'm not sure she knew this. Both the WHO and FCC had outdated guidelines from 1996. How many years is that? A lot of years. It's over 25 years. So one of the things I wanted to mention is, where do we go when we want to know, hey, are we safe from these cell towers? Where do we go? Well, there's international organizations and there's national organizations. The international organizations, there's a few. There's the WHO. There's ICNIRP, the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. And by the way, Mr. Schwartz, the WHO does declare these as possibly carcinogenic, and I'd go a step further, like absolutely they are. That's just real, like a soft position that they took. Then you have another international organization, Committee on Electromagnetic Safety, ICES. Then you have national organizations, EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, Federal Commissions, FCC, which we talked about, NCI. This is important because the FCC is the highest governing body in the United States that regulates all things telecommunication towers, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, all the way up to 10, who cares? They regulate it. Now that I've set the stage for that, when we're asking how we're safe, now let me dive back in. Fact 8, after the 5G tower was installed, a petition was created January 2001 called Remove the Cell Tower from the Temecula Middle School, Protect Our Children and Neighbors. 329 concerned residents signed this to alarm other residents of their concern. Guess what? Nothing happened. Fact 9, on January 19, 2021, a public comment, and this is now in the dais, which is public record, which came in, was made mentioning examples of overwhelming evidence to the TVUSD school board at the concern of this 5G. Let me just break this down to you. There's thermal damage and there's non-thermal damage, heat-related and non-thermal. Non-thermal damage would come in the form of like DNA damage. A little scary when you think about it. So just with my research, I realized that most of the international and national organizations were classifying things in terms of thermal damage, but they were not talking about non-thermal damage. This is what I found out in my research. Two things. FCC was 25 years outdated, more than 25. The WHO is outdated. I do not consider them authoritative at all. It's a joke. That's just my thought. I'm going to unpack why. So with that being said, I realized that a lot of the potential side effects from 5G, 4G, 3G, whatever level we're talking about, they wouldn't have been captured by the international and national organizations because they are capturing thermal damage. Okay, so people that brought into these comments, and I'm doing this because previous board members heard this and just dismissed it. Cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular disease. This is from 5G towers, 4G towers. Cardiovascular disease, neurological diseases, DNA damage, overproduction of free radicals, sleeping problems, impaired cognitive performance, changes of hormone profiles, on and on and on. I could spend hours here, but there's another thing. LAUSD has banned telecommunication towers on their property, Oceanside, Santa Cruz, and it's funny because the city of Encinitas, San Diego Union Tribute on September 24, 2019, they banned 5G. They're a super liberal city. I used to live there for years and surf there. They banned it outright. So we have cities getting involved. We have LA Unified School District getting involved. So there is a community standard by which we can say, hold on, what are the other communities doing? Guess what? They're banning it. Why? Because it's harmful. So let me get to this. Yes. So if the FCC is the highest national governing body in the United States that regulates all things, communication, 3G, 4G, 5G, they let us know if our RF and EMF, like radio frequency, it's a type of electromagnetic frequency. You might say it's more specific. And it's what these are intercepting. But they let us know if we're safe, and they're an authority source. But here's what happened. The FCC was sued in August 2021. As I was doing my dissertation, I actually listened to the District Columbia, whatever it is, Columbia District, oh my gosh, I gotta read it out. One of those fancy court titles. So they got sued. And let me read this. In a historic decision, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit Judge in favor of environmental health groups and petitioners on August 13, 2021, finding the FCC violated the Administrative Procedure Act and failed to respond to the comments on environmental harm. The court ruled that the decision by the FCC to retain its 1996 safety limits for human exposure to wireless radiation was arbitrary and capricious, and held that the FCC failed to respond to record evidence that the exposure of RF radiation levels at levels below the Commission's current limits may cause negative health effects. Let me go. So here are some of a few. Impacts of long-term wireless exposure, impacts to children, the testimony of persons injured by wireless radiation, developing brain. It causes sperm reduction in males, breast cancer in females, higher chance of miscarriage for pregnant women, okay? Impacts to wildlife and the environment. Most people don't know this, but bee colonies collapse because of radiation from the cell towers. Problem is that the queen bee never leaves her hive, but she does when a cell tower gets closer. When she leaves, they die. Also, when bees go out of the hives, their homing mechanisms are damaged and they can't find their way back to the hive. This is insanely documented in peer-reviewed journals. That was the first amount of research that I got. So guess how much food bees produce in the world? If the bees die, we die. Just one layer of evidence, not just humans now. So the court asked the FCC for a better explanation as to why the FCC didn't want to change its cell phone radiation compliance methods. I won't spare you, I won't go into all the details there, but I will let you know. So the Environmental Health Trust, they sued the FCC along with the Children's Health Defense. Guess how many pages of evidence they filed against the FCC showing harm? 11,000 pages of evidence. 11,000. When I say it would take me hours, I am not joking. If you want an authority source, Environmental Health Trust, Dr. Deborah Davis, she was the president of that organization, in a landmark lawsuit, they won. I interviewed her because I got a lot of my research from her. When I interviewed her, she wanted to be a committee member on my dissertation. I was not worthy. Her CV is over 40 pages long. She also won a Nobel Peace Prize on a toxicology board under a previous president. So another world famous expert, in my opinion, the top, she's the godmother of this. She wanted to be an advisor on my committee. So I was really blown away. So when her organization sues the FCC and I have proof and that evidence, I could submit that to the board, but it would take you a long time to think about these damaging side effects. I'm gonna give you one study though, just one. NIH, National Institutes of Health. A lot of people are like, well, we test things on rats and mice because we don't want to harm humans. National Toxicology Program concluded there is clear evidence that male rats exposed to high levels of radio frequency radiation like that used in 2G and 3G. We're talking, this is 5G technology. We're talking years ago. What they found out is that the rats and mice developed cancerous heart tumors, according to final reports, brain tumors, adrenal gland tumors. It was a $30 million creme de la creme study over 10 years that they completed. And I know some of you are thinking, yeah, but that's rats and mice, bro. That doesn't affect us like that, does it? Well, wait a minute. So the EPA and the FDA, excuse me, ma'am, I'm trying to talk, thank you. The FDA and the EPA, they refuse to recognize studies like this, but that's just one. I land on the FCC got sued. They're the highest governing body in the United States that tells us whether it's safe. So now let me get back, and I'm almost done. If the previous school board voted for the approval of that tower at the TMS property on the assumption that it was safe by citing the FCC, remember Janet Dixon, that's the information I gave you, but the FCC was sued for being 25 years outdated on their research and safety standards, then how do you know that the RF EMF submitted from the 5G tower at TMS are safe for you and your kids? You don't. So that's the argument I'm giving you. And like I said, if I can't persuade you, that's fine. That is why I put this on, because I care for our children, I care for our bus drivers, our teachers, all the way down, anybody who's on our campuses. And so I want it to be a safer environment. There are alternatives. Let me see here. There are alternatives, and it's called fiber optics. You want fast internet? Guess what? You don't even have to use Wi-Fi. All of our schools have Ethernet. They're all wired. There are alternatives that we can do, and I'm not suggesting that right now. I've heard a few comments out there. So for the skeptics out there, I challenge you to do the research. I challenge you to look at the FCC lawsuit, August 2021. Like I said, and they didn't want to have oversight with NEPTA, an agency that they would have to report to with updated research, but they haven't done it. So iPhone 12s banned in France. Everybody got an iPhone 12 out there? Why were they banned? Anybody know? Taking a lot of radiation and they heat up. So whether you have one or not, the separate issue, which Mrs. Barclay raised about, Wi-Fi frequency coming into the phones, yes, this is a whole separate problem, but this isn't on the agenda tonight, which I'm going to bring up. There are alternatives of banning Wi-Fi at schools, and believe me, many schools throughout the world have already done this. For all you wearing tinfoil hats out there, I got something for you. Let's take your iPhone. Let's take your iPhone, and everybody in the audience can do this. I'm just telling you things that you may not know. This is not a gimmick. Let's go to General in your iPhone. Everybody, maybe go to General. If you got an Android, I'm praying for you. I'm sorry, I hate Androids. You go to General, then you scroll all the way down, and you go to Legal and Regulatory. Then you scroll down and you go to RF exposure. I'm going to let you read this on your own, but it's basically telling you don't hold these phones on your body. That is just a whole different level. So now let me bring you reality. Now let's say when we're visiting classrooms, again, I'm a radiation safety officer. All I think about is radiation when I'm coming around. Now imagine 35 kids in a classroom with iPads or tablets or phones and technology through Wi-Fi. You want to know how much RF radiation is coming into that classroom? It's a whole separate issue. So I'm trying to situate the context for you on why I think it's harmful. And I don't have enough time to go through all 11,000 pages of information, but it does cause harm.
Wow, yeah, that was a lot of information. Thank you for sharing that. So from my research, which I will completely admit, not even close to yours, not even like a drop in the bucket compared to yours. And I appreciate you bringing up those points. But I think what's happening here is a lot of scare tactics. And I think a lot of what you have said in looking at the things I've said may be slightly misrepresented compared to what we are discussing here. Because have you measured the radiation next to the, like you said, you wear the ring. Have you done that next to the cell towers on campuses?
I have, but the problem is, they go in milligauss or milliwatts, and this is why I mentioned wearing ring badges. When I was an employee of radiation, I knew what I was getting on my body, and I knew how to measure in the air. There's EMF meters. You can buy them on the internet. I have one, right? You can go out and buy them. Then you got to ask yourself, by whose standard are you measuring? FCC, Swiss standard, Oregon, all around the world? Every country's got different standards, right? So how do you know what standard? FCC has massively high limits to where we can get 10,000 milliwatts per hour, and they're like, oh, it's safe. You go to Switzerland, like the Swiss standard, 10 or lower. So it depends. And so that's just measuring radiation in the air. But how are you going to measure it in your body? I don't know how to answer that. So there's a twofold problem. We're not nuclear medicine techs. We don't have ring badges. We're not X-ray techs. We live in an electromagnetic sea of radiation, like I said. But here's the problem. We have 3 of these towers on the school property. So how do you know that the kids are safe? You don't. You don't know how to measure it.
Well, I don't know that we're going to have an
alternative.
earthquake tomorrow or that the boogeyman's going to jump out from under my bed. I mean, I agree, there
Boogeyman.
are some issues because from what I have read from the experts, they contradict every point you've made, including that lawsuit. So I'm just saying there are 2 sides to the coin. That I totally value all of your research. Like I said, I'm just giving a drop in the bucket. So if we as a board, apparently we like to slow down and do our research now, so I think that's what we should do, is slow down. Because if we start banning, I mean, I'm getting really nervous, and you probably just made a lot of parents really nervous by telling them that their health is being jeopardized by using their iPad at school. I mean, that's a very kind of an inflammatory statement because our kids are, what? This is what he just said. He's scared about how much is going on in the classroom.
So I wouldn't say inflammatory. I would say it's educational, very educational.
But you're saying that that is harming the children, that we are harming the children
And
in
the
the
bees.
classrooms
Yep,
right
and
now.
the bees. Don't forget about the bees.
And the bees.
Yep, and the
I
bees.
love a bee.
Yep.
So my point is that there are not, I don't believe, from the responses that we got, who are scientists. So I understand that you've done your research, but these were actual scientists that refute what you're saying. So
Yeah,
I
when
don't
you say
think,
refute, you mean the 11,000 pages of information that the FCC got sued on? It came from experts. You want me to?
Some of this, no, we don't need to get into it. My point being,
Okay.
we should slow this down, slow the roll on this. So if we really feel like this is a concern, then we should have this as an information item. We should listen to some scientific experts, some science. We should talk to the city, because our next one, we basically blasted the city and threw them under the bus. So I think we just need to slow down on this a little bit instead of banning the towers. I'd like to know why the other school districts did ban them. That's good information.
That was going to be my question for Dr.
Sure.
Velez. I know she walked away, but that was my question, is other school districts that have either taken action to ban these or maybe just taken a pause until they have more information. How did they handle that? And
I'm
what
curious.
did that
Well,
rollout look like for
I
them?
gave multiple policies to Huff, and I said, look, there's a lot, and it's a lot. I imagine what he felt like when I'm like, hey, because he didn't know it, and I had to walk him through this. But just take one, LA Unified. They're saying that it causes harm to the environment. You can go through that, but I will answer your question previously. These 3 towers, just to be transparent, there's one above the student's head in the bleachers at Chaparral High School. When I was there for the football, I mean, I'm just seeing it's right there above the heads. There's another one inside the marquee at Chaparral High School on the corner. Most people don't know that there's a cell tower inside that marquee. So there's 3 of them.
There's a cell tower directly next to my office. We can't stop cell towers.
Well, let me just tell you this.
I mean,
let me just tell you this.
literally see it out my window.
Just to answer your question, we may not be able to get out of the lease of the 3 towers we currently have because they're on 15-year leases. I know that we've generated revenue. I've asked Mrs. Lash to provide me. We've generated over $537,000, but we might have generated more because you quoted 2018, but we had the cell tower and the marquee installed 2003. So we may not be able to, but we can put a halt on any other towers coming on. And here's the big argument, just to simplify it. We want more scientific research before we allow another tower onto our school property. There's nothing wrong with that.
I just think we need to look into this issue more before we create a new policy around something.
I have looked into it for years.
You, but not us. We don't have a subcommittee. We were just saying we'd like to hear.
Subcommittee?
Yeah.
Subcommittee?
Because like I said, I just got a bunch of information that contradicts what you said. So
Okay.
I don't know what's right. I don't know what's true. And there's different perspectives on all of this. You're saying the FCC is full of crap?
I didn't say full of crap.
Okay, well, you're saying that you don't value
they got
its
sued.
data. And I'm saying that maybe we should look into it more, hear from the other districts. Why did they? What's their evidence? I don't think it's a rush. I don't think anyone's knocking on our door to put a cell tower on our property right now.
Dr. Velez, I know you had stepped out, but my question was about any of these other districts that we're aware of that have taken any kind of action to limit or even remove these type of towers. Have we reached out to any of these, or do we have any information? I'm not too proud to admit when, I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. I feel like a Neanderthal right now talking about this topic after listening to Dr. Komrosky. I value your expertise on the matter. I'm trying to wrap my head around, this is a very definitive statement, right? We're not going to allow them, and we're not. So I want to be sure about it, right? Like, help me to get to that
Other
spot.
school districts have banned the towers. Let me just give you another example. Walnut, where I teach, the city of Walnut have banned 5G towers from within 1,500 feet from a school. We have St. Jean. It is a 5G tower 2 feet across from the gate, and people complain about that as well. But you can go ahead.
Mr.
I'm just gonna
Gonzalez,
take
I
it to vote.
completely agree with you, just on terms of the content, not necessarily my level of expertise whatsoever. And no, we have not. I was just fully made aware of this on Thursday. So we actually do have one call into one school district, and I can work collectively with Mrs. Lash to gather some of that information. But we really don't have any data from other districts that we personally have done.
I would really appreciate, and it's not to say that your expertise is not completely valuable, Joe, but I would really appreciate some of that information just to help to bring this kind of down to earth where we can better understand what the decision means and how it's actually going to be implemented for the future. You understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, but to be clear, I'm going to make a motion to vote this in tonight.
Versus maybe bringing it back with
Yeah,
some more.
in my opinion and in my research, I'm not going to hesitate for a second. This is not good. This is not good.
And I completely understand, but I can tell you that I listened to you intently, and I don't understand where it's coming from, and I don't have all of that depth of information that you showed. I wasn't provided with that depth of information to be able to research the topic. So I'm not there. I don't have that full understanding, and I don't want you to put it up for a vote, have it get shot down when I think we can do just a little bit more research on it to help.
But I've given you a precedent by the FCC. They've gotten sued. We cannot say that the 3 towers that we have now
But I
are
haven't
safe.
even had a chance to look at that, right?
You want to look at it right now?
And the
It's a
evidence that
lot.
I
It's a lot of stuff, bro.
received
And I'm
said
not-
that
I'm not
that
discounting
lawsuit
anything
has
you're
nothing to, it's nothing similar to what we're talking about. So this is what I'm saying is that I've just heard 2 conflicting things. So it might behoove us to take a moment to try to sift through it and better understand the subject. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
I agree with you that if there's a risk to kids that we need to look at it, we need to definitely do something about it if we can. I'm just asking for, personally, I'm just being very honest with you. Like, I don't have my head wrapped fully around the topic, and I want to make sure that we do before we make a definitive decision.
So if we take a vote tonight and you vote against it, you'd be on the dissent, like, let's say there's a dissenting majority, you can bring it back next meeting. Because I'm not going to hesitate.
As long as,
My
yeah, as
whole-
long
my
as we
whole
can.
life, as far as research,
Yeah.
and is, has been molded for this very moment, and
And
I'm not going to
I
hesitate
completely
for one
understand,
more
and
minute.
I would just like to offer some direction to admin staff to pursue it a little bit further and to help us to have some of that information. Maybe we can get that in a separate email, something where we could spend a little time and digest that.
Yeah, hey, I'm just telling you how I'm
that
going to vote.
content. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I'm not trying to.
Yeah. All right, so do we have a motion and a second to adopt this policy? I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mrs. Wursma. We have a motion on the floor. Lene, if you wanted to call roll?
Gonzalez,
Mr. Gonzalez, you going to vote?
You're not going to vote? Nope.
You can't abstain unless you
No, he
recuse
can't,
yourself.
he can say he doesn't want to vote, if he doesn't want to vote. You don't want to vote?
I don't have to vote.
That's what I'm saying. He's not.
All right.
voting.
Barclay,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma,
I've heard enough to say yes.
Komrosky,
Yes. Motion not adopted.
Correct.
Now we're on to the resolution. And I don't have to unpack that because I've already, generated a lot of the information. I leave this up to the rest of the board, but what this does is this appeals to the city. And specifically, do we have any comments on this action item 10? Resolution in the matter of the wireless telecommunication installment, 2023-24 through 2009? No public comments on that? We have 10? Oh, we have 4? Okay, so we can hear those 4 on action item 10?
First up is Preston, followed by Melanie. Okay, Melanie.
Hi, I'm a mom. I just want to start with, you have 0 peer-reviewed publications in science. I understand you do have a PhD, but it is in philosophy. It is not in science. I don't believe that this is a feasible policy. I don't think that it's well-informed. And to support my claim, I consulted with 5 global experts. I got another email this morning. I sent them your agenda item, and I asked them, hey, could you give me your opinion on what you think of this? Without objection, every scientist I spoke to said that your proposal was unfounded and misinformed, that in doing it would not reduce RF exposure or protect our children's health. Dr. Ken Foster, professor of bioengineering at the University of Pennsylvania, said that your proposal is ill-advised and lacking in technical understanding, and he warned that you would expose our district to legal complications and unnecessary cost. Dr. Jack Rowley, Senior Director of Research and Sustainability at GSM, said that the proposal is not grounded in scientific consensus. Dr. Christopher M. Collins, one of the premier reading researchers, professor and director of research faculties affairs of New York University School of Medicine, said that your proposal is not based on any real measurements or evidence. Professor Frank Voch, professor of epidemiology and public health at the University of Bristol, said that your proposal is unnecessary and misguided. He pointed out that international guidelines exist, and he emphasized that real-life exposure to RF is far below those limits. And most importantly, with 300 publications under his name, Dr. McCormick of Research Institute of Illinois said that your decision criteria was not met for these wireless towers. And that he didn't feel that they would be effective at reducing exposure and create unnecessary problems for our district. If anybody wants a copy of research from these people, you can email me, reach out. I will send you to what this professional will say.
Yeah, I think we have 3 more comments? 2 more.
Gia,
2 more.
followed by Jason Craig.
I'm Gia, by the way. Okay, so just kind of picking up where Melanie left off, I want to talk more about Dr. Kenneth Foster, PhD, bioengineering from University of Pennsylvania. He looked at your proposal. He said it has weak rationale and says that the lawsuits that you cite regarding the FCC concerning the procedures and updating changes to RF exposure guidelines and its article about potential liability to wireless companies relating to sitting cell bases. Neither of these directly relate to the issues before the board in considering this policy. So they're saying what you're comparing are apples and oranges. He goes on to say that many surveys of personal RF exposure in Europe and the US show that the largest exposure to RF energy that the average citizen receives is from his or her own cell phone. Exposure from environmental sources are minor by comparison. Also, the world is filled with RF transmitters, which you talked about. A search on antennasearch.com lists 50 communications towers, 144 antennas within a distance of 3 miles from TVHS, some as close as 0.3 miles from the high school. Some of these transmitters are owned by the school itself. I doubt, he goes on to say, I doubt that the difference of a few low-powered antennas on school property would make much of an impact on people's overall RF exposure. He says, in short, I consider the proposed policy to be ill-considered, unlikely to have any desired effect in reducing people's exposure to RF signals, and likely to be an unending source of controversy for the school district. And I'm almost out of time, so I'll leave it at that. There's more to it. Research is not the same thing as reading.
Craig?
Yeah, hey guys, real quick. I just wanted to come and speak on my support for this resolution regarding the 5G towers and the potential harm that may inflict on our kids. Dr. Komrowski, I read your dissertation on the study after a claim was made that your dishonest plagiarized data and reference ended up being proved wrong. I understand that we still have some non-supporters still attempting to claim this. However, we've seen the college follow through on an investigation, clearing this ridiculous accusation. Basically, you know, it would be interesting to see the opposition to this resolution, obviously, with discussion. I'm encouraged by that. Regardless, I think it does deserve the attention. So I think our students' addictions to their cell phones is a major problem, specifically with its contribution to cyberbullying. So maybe having less service on campus wouldn't be a bad thing. So that's it.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, this resolution basically makes an appeal to the city, once again confirming the ban. And it basically asks city council members to consider, and there's 3 different ways, you know, community standard, again, you can look around. Either 500 feet from residential areas, school areas, whether it's public or private, or 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet. And I chose the most conservative standard. Again, the city of Walnut, where I teach, they have banned cell phone towers within 1,500 feet of the colleges, private schools, public schools. Encinitas has banned them as well. There's a lot of information on other districts and other cities and other countries that have banned this. So I'll just leave it at that. I have nothing more to say on this, but we can take this to vote as well, unless we have other discussion.
Yeah,
But
I got a couple things. Have you spoken to the city about this?
Yes,
Who did you speak to there?
Jessica Alexander, but I'm willing to meet.
She's not an I'm saying an employee of the city.
I thought you said a city councilman. If you're gonna ask a question to mock me, I'm just not gonna engage
I'm
with
not
you.
mocking you. I meant, have you talked to someone who works for the city about this issue? Because we're kind of calling out the city, and I'm
No,
curious if
this
we've.
isn't calling out. This is basically saying,
Well, it
will
says
you
they
assist
haven't.
us?
Well,
Yeah.
it says they haven't notified us properly, and, I mean, my point is there's a lot of whereases in here that I think are a little extreme. And so have you talked to city employees, like, about this, about this subject?
Well, you know, it's funny that you asked that, because had that policy passed tonight, and we'll see on this resolution vote, I will be. And like I said, look, if you don't like, if you don't accept, you know, the data that I presented or other research out there, it's totally fine. Like, if you want to reject it, just know that the city of Encinitas, you know, like, really close, they banned it. And so, like, I don't have to go, like, this is just one of many throughout the United States. So I'm confident in the research that I'm confident at those city council members and school board members that have banned it in their districts respectively. So.
Well, it's I mean, you made a good point. It's one city. There are not that many that have banned it. But my concern is just that we're kind of putting out demands to the city when we haven't spoken to them yet. The city manager, the city attorney, even to discuss the prospect, like, hey, would you guys be interested in this? This is what our concerns are. I mean, we haven't, and we're coming up with a resolution with a lot of whereases that I think are not, I mean, I don't think they're totally correct. So that's why I hesitate. I mean, I feel like we're kind of calling the city on the carpet. I did speak to a couple of people in the city, and they were totally surprised to hear about this. Hadn't been contacted, hadn't had any conversation about would they be interested in agreeing to this or anything. So I think we're not being good partners. Like, you and I are on a committee with the city, but we've not activated that committee yet.
Yeah, I've actually called the mayor. I just didn't get a call back. I left a message a couple of weeks ago, so I did try to reach out. And then I reached out to another city council person. I will let you know, Palo Alto, Los Altos, Walnut City, San Diego County, Milpitas, Ripken. I could just name off so many that have already banned this citywide.
They have no cell towers?
So just one of them, Alameda, California, canceled cell tower contracts. Okay? I mean, that's just, we can go on and on. But if you don't agree,
but there's
it's
like
totally
thousands
fine.
of cities in California. So you're saying we should ban all cell towers? I'm totally confused here.
No. So what I'm saying as a school board member is start here. We set the example. This is my research. This is what I'm confident in. And if we get skeptics and naysayers, totally fine, right? I'm confident that we start here. Then I ask the city. That's it. And obviously it's not going to work tonight, so it's fine.
Well, I don't know if it is. I just feel like we could have had a more congenial process with the city, because when I read this, I kind of felt like we were throwing the city under the bus and being a little accusatory in this resolution, that if we really wanted to do it, maybe we should work in partnership with them instead of coming at them, saying we're demanding this.
Right, and maybe, and that's a separate point though, so I'm just really confused. We have 3 cell phone towers. All I'm saying is let's not have any more, and that got shot down tonight. I'm just in shock.
Are there any in the works, though? Like, is there anything planned coming up?
Can you talk on your microphone, Danny?
Are you asking if there's any plans for any cell towers at all in the future? And I had a conversation with Ms. Lash about this just this past week, and there is not.
Yeah,
It
I
would-
just don't
it
know
would
how they,
still- it would
how they
still have
pop
to-
up. Like, is this something that like?
They have to get a permit?
We
is
would
it
still
a
have to vote
process
on it.
before somebody would start to erect something.
But we'd still
in
have
or
to vote on
around
it,
the
Danny.
school.
It would come to us no matter
understand.
what.
Yeah.
So whether or
have
not
to
we,
approve the
we ban it or don't ban it, it would still come here for a vote before anything was done.
Ms. Lash, can I
Nicole's
have you
agreeing.
confirm that, though? I want to make sure I'm accurate in terms of saying that.
That's 100% accurate. That these are lease agreements of our property, and they would have to be board approved individually, each one. We get phone calls all the time, and we say no all the time. But I think, as it's been mentioned historically, we can't control what happens on our neighbor's property. So we do have cell towers that are close to our schools, Temecula Elementary specifically, that is on the property next door that we have no control over.
So I would just ask the same as with the other, that if we want to seriously consider this, that maybe we rework this resolution and work in concert with the city. If it is a concern, if we deem it to be a concern, then we work together on it. Because I feel like this is a little bit accusatory
Well, and
of the city and demanding.
And I think that partially, well, you make a good point, because I think will also require a bit of help and a bit of
Exactly.
assistance to kind of pull people along and to explain why we're doing this. And I think it would help to have that relationship along with the city, especially since these aren't all just on our property. We don't own the equipment. We don't maintain any of it, I don't believe. So it's just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no problem. We could take it to vote. I think it's been a while. Did I move? Yeah, I'll make a motion. I do want to take a vote. And if any of the members of the board dissent, you can bring it up. But like I said, I'm not hesitating, not for a minute.
I'll make the motion. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I am. I made the motion. Do I have a second? All right, there's no second. So the motion dies right here, so we can
bring it
Well-
back. That can be brought back.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on to 11, Amendment to the Governance Handbook, 2022, 2023. We have one public comment on this.
Good evening. The school board needs to know how action item 11 appears to the community members, teachers, and parents who are sitting here at these meetings. We're here because of our huge commitment to the kids of Temecula and our public education system. We're shocked and a little disappointed that the school board meeting time is being used for a discussion about seating arrangement decisions up front. Those of us who have attended years of school board meetings can only find this an act of silliness, to use a kind word. We've experienced the tradition of high-level long-term admin being directly at the table with the elected school board. We've experienced school boards who value the TVUSD cabinet as leaders of our amazing district, but we've noticed that they're being delegated to side tables now for the first time, these last few meetings, wondering if this is maybe an act to reduce their status to the public. There are more important things than this for a school board to spend time and focus on. To the attendees, this feels like another example of bad governance and misplaced priorities by the majority on our board. Let's get back to educating kids.
Okay. So do we have any discussion on this before I take a motion in a second?
Can you explain your rationale for it?
Yeah, we are governing board members. We are elected. We are to sit up on the dais. And
Yes, I don't think that's under, I don't think anyone's arguing that point.
right, so there was a challenge at the last seating arrangement. Mr. Schwartz didn't like the fact that I had the assistant superintendent sitting off to the side. So there's an added line into the governance handbook. And I will challenge you, try to find a school district where it's You know, this isn't a family dinner, and I appreciate this, the district staff, believe me, I do, but this is the governing board. The governing board and the superintendent, the board's employees should be sitting here facing the audience. The assistant superintendents can sit off to the side. And that's how it's done in school districts.
It's not how it's done.
Okay, well.
It's not how it's done. I literally was up till 10:30 last night watching the Fallbrook meeting, and they sat how we used to sit, and many others
Have you
sit.
seen Marietta, Rockland, Orange? I mean, I could just throw off 3 or 4 right
Well,
now.
I could too, but the point is that, I mean, in tradition, which I guess, you know, no one cares about that anymore, or best practice, whatever, this is stuff that's decided at the organizational meeting, and then and there's tradition in how we sit on the board as far as how that's been arranged. It's kind of how it's always been. I think it's silliness to put this in our actual board handbook.
And I think it was silliness to be challenged by another board member for how the seating arrangement was up here, so we
Well, you're not
totally
the teacher,
disagree.
Joe.
Exactly.
You're not the teacher.
So
It's silly
if I
that we
could-
come in and we're all moved around. We're grown adults.
If I could,
It's
because,
just,
listen,
But no, but you can do discussion, then motion, then discussion.
sometimes I scratch my head at the stuff we choose to fight about, okay?
I got
So
railed on that.
I had a discussion about this with Dr. Komrosky months ago, and what I said to him is what I will say to you here again. We put him in the position to be board president. He's running this meeting. It is a painful job to do. It is a thankless job. And if organizing the seating or you know, using a yellow or red card because that's his style and that's something that helps him to organize the meeting and to run a more effective meeting, it's his style. It's got a little bit of his personality in it. Where we're sitting up here, I'm just glad that I'm not hiding behind a post anymore. And I think that was one of the original things that got brought up was nobody can see me. I get complaints all the time because I'm over here on the side, hidden behind a post for half of the meeting. Nobody can see me or understand what I'm trying to say. It's we give him that authority to set the meeting and to run the meeting. Why are we having an argument about who sits where and when? If and when you have the opportunity, I would give you the same courtesy and saying, listen, you're running the meeting, how can we support? I'm not doing it, you're not doing it, we've asked him to do that job. I think it's ridiculous to argue about not giving him the opportunity to do it, and he's just responding to feedback that came from Mr. Schwartz and wanting to change things around and to move things back and forth. He's asking for us to give him the authority to set the seating chart while he is board president. If board president changes, by all means, change it. Do it your style. Who cares?
Well,
Why are we arguing about it?
because I think it's ridiculous that cabinet members are pushed off to the side. Now they're sitting behind me. I mean, it's awkward and weird, and it's difficult. It's rude. I don't know why we move them out like they don't matter. They're a huge part of this meeting. We ask them questions. We make eye contact to know if we're going the right direction. I mean, this just makes it really hard. I don't know why we had to change it, and I don't know why it needs to be in the book. If you wanted to change it, my suggestion would be, let's discuss it, because we are a 5-person board. If you have a real reason why you want to put people at the Thanksgiving kids table, then let's hear what it is. But I don't know why we're doing it, and I don't know why it has to be in the handbook.
See, and I think that language is shaming, and I think that skews the discussion being had. There's no kiddie table. There's no, I mean, it's just
Well,
ridiculous.
it's my opinion. I've done my research, and that's
good.
how I feel.
All right, good. So let's.
If I could, yeah, I'm the
Absolutely.
one who emailed Dr. Komrosky twice about the seating. The third time I told him, we as board members all have the same right. Nobody gave him the right to change the seating arrangement, which had always been here. You might have an opinion about it, but we all have opinions about it. And I told you, if you weren't going to move it, I was going to do it myself, and I asked that it be done. Now, if you want to discuss it, of why you don't want the seating arrangement, why you want to put the cabinet on the side, that's fine. I don't want to give up any of my individual rights as a board member, because next month there's going to be number 7 for the president, and then number 8, and then number 9, and then number 10. I am not giving up any of my rights as a board member so you can make decisions for all of us about something so trivial as who sits where. Thank you.
So I would just like to say that I do support your decision, Dr. Komrosky, and I don't mean any disrespect to anyone in this room or who leads at the district office, but I've watched a lot of videos like you have, and I feel like the governing board really should have the ability to stand out differently. I honor legacy and tradition, but we're not always going to be with the Temecula way. At this point, things are different. We're doing it different. And it's not because we disrespect those who are with us. So I want to be clear on that. But I feel like this is appropriate, and it sets the table appropriately. And it does not cancel anyone, but it does give a different symbolic presentation in some ways. And I think that's helpful. That's just my opinion.
All right, is there a motion and a second to adopt this, unless there's any other discussion?
I'll make the motion.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez,
Second.
second by Mrs. Wiersma. Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Nay.
Schwartz,
No.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted, 3-2. On to action item 12, establish board policy subcommittee. This is basically me bringing this on. So I've thought about this for a couple of months now. At the Masters in Governance training that I was at 2 sessions ago, you know, it's a really helpful for 2 board members to create a subcommittee. Any policies that have to be revised throughout the year, it's just helpful for 2 board members to get into that subcommittee and work with legal and the superintendent. So that's my suggestion, and on this one, I wanted to work with Mrs. Wiersma on that specific subcommittee.
Of course you do. Discussion?
Yeah.
How come we didn't discuss what we just voted on in a subcommittee? You just made the suggestion that we change board policies by having a subcommittee discuss it, yet you decided to put that thing on the agenda by yourself, without a subcommittee, and push it through. That's all I have to say.
Okay. So one is just general. I mean, there might be things that, you know, just are boring. You randomly pick out a policy and you're like, all right, let's look at these. The one that I put through was urgent. And again, and it got voted down. It's fine. To me, it's a safety issue, and it's harm to the environment. It's harm to our children. That's why that went on.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the seating arrangement.
Oh, I thought you were talking.
Subcommittee.
I thought you were talking about.
Discuss the seating arrangement. Why don't we have a subcommittee?
It doesn't.
No, because he wants to make a policy about subcommittees.
It's not a policy.
He averted it
So-
on the last issue.
No, you
Okay.
don't need a subcommittee,
Dr.
man. It's a
Komrosky?
governing. Oh my gosh.
Doc,
Yeah.
what you're discussing is board policies that are coming up for revision, things that have been either identified by staff or even by the board.
Right.
For regular review.
Yes.
Just as a whole. And what I
Yes.
will say is, having been a part of some of that work, knowing the ability and the work that goes into that from our staff, you do need 2 people that can work very collaboratively in that. And if you want to take that on, I don't have that extra time right now. I would be happy to engage in that with you if you'd feel more comfortable working with one board member or another. It's a lot of work, and
I
there's a
do.
lot of communication, so I understand that. So I would fully support you if you wanted to do that work with Ms. Wiersma.
I do.
Can I share a point of clarification? So board policies are brought forth to the board, either by a board member or actually by the district. Sometimes, and we do pay for CSBA and Gamut, which also updates all of the board policies. And so sometimes we will get a notification from Gamut saying that this board policy, based on an ed code change, based on a law change, needs to be updated and changed. So I want to make sure that that there's an understanding that CSBA and Gamut also bring forth changes in board policy that are compliant with the law. That is another kind of avenue to where we have to change board policy.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. Okay, well, do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gonzalez. Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Nay.
Schwartz,
Nay.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted, 3-2. We're on to action item 13, resolution 2023-24 through 08 on board compensation for missed meetings. I believe this is related to Mr. Gonzalez, but it might be related to another board member as well. I forget. Just Mr. Gonzalez. Any discussion on this?
Dr. Velez, can you clarify, like, is there a number of board meetings that we're supposed to attend, or if we miss one, every time we do a resolution to pay someone for that?
I had to look at Ms. Anna Seabar for that one, but she
I'm
gave
sorry,
me the
I
guide.
did not ask this ahead of time.
No,
I apologize.
you are good. According to Ms. Anna Seabar, who is the expert in this area,
Okay.
there is not necessarily, there is no limit on that.
Okay, thank you.
Glad we gave her a raise.
Oh, we did.
She's the expert. No, I said
we
I'm
did,
glad
in
we
fact.
gave her the raise.
We did.
Right. Yes, you can. Yeah.
If the teachers didn't get their COLA, I wasn't going to accept
No, you were
this
getting
payment,
it
so-
anyway. Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz. A second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind? The roll?
Gonzalez,
Abstain.
No, you
Oh.
can't abstain. Oh, yeah.
It's
you
about
can.
him. He
'Cause
can
it is-
Barclay?
Sorry. Sorry.
Aye.
Schwartz,
That might be a reason to
Wiersma,
abstain.
He
Yeah.
can,
Aye.
'cause he has a personal
Komrosky.
interest.
Aye, motion adopted 4-0, one abstain.
Good point.
And 14, approve unconditional commitment letter to Jonathan Markovitz. And this is just under the guise of the general, ACLU. We met and talked about this in closed session. I'm comfortable with the letter. I've worked with Dean Adams on it. It talks about, the objective standards on the wall that Dean helped create with me, Mr. Vickery, Dr. Velez, and I. So I'm comfortable with the letter. I have nothing really to add to the conversation.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. Gonzalez,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Wiersma. Ms. Barclay, your mic's on. Do you have a comment on that? Oh, never mind. Ooh, sorry, it's getting late. Any discussion on this? Otherwise, I'm going to ask Lene for a roll.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Aye.
Schwartz, Mr. Schwartz?
I'm thinking.
Oh, sorry.
You know what? Excuse me. Just to be clear, we're voting on the letter that Dean read out and closed. And I want to make sure that, because this, that's what, yeah, okay, got it.
Schwartz,
Aye.
Wiersma,
Aye.
Komrosky.
Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. I interrupted. Did all of us vote? 5-0. Okay, motion adopted 5-0. And then now we're on to 15, Resolution 2023-24 through 07, appropriations due to the reconciliation of 2022-23 estimated ending fund balances to the 2022-23 unaudited actual ending fund balances. Ms. Slash.
Be very fast. What this is saying is the last budget that the board saw projected us to spend a certain amount of money. When we closed the books, we spent less than we projected, and this resolution says assign that money to our ending fund balance.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole. And any discussion on this? Okay, do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gonzalez. Lene, would you mind for the last one?
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Barclay,
Aye.
Schwartz.
Aye.
Wiersma,
Aye.
Komrosky.
All right, motion adopted 5-0. Negotiations update, Mr. Arce.
I'll be very brief. We have a negotiation session planned with TVA for Monday, October 23rd, and we'll likely continue to discuss some pending topics there. And then with CSEA, we'll meet on October 27th for negotiations. That's it for my update, Dr. Komrosky. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Board comments. Whoever wants to go first. Mr. Gonzalez?
Mine's easy. I just wanted to, again, apologize to the community for being out. I did have a planned vacation. I had no idea what was going to actually end up being on the agenda. I wish I was here because I really feel like I could have helped us work through that in a timelier manner, but I'm glad that the COLA got sorted out this evening, and we're moving on, we're moving past it, moving on to better things to come for the next few months. So thank you.
Just quickly, I was at Great Oak for the battle of the high school bands. We had TVHS, Chaparral, and Great Oak High School. All their bands performed. It was hot as could be, but it was a great event. The parents were super supportive. All of our students were amazing. All three bands, just great to watch them. And then the camaraderie between all the students afterwards, getting together, all the seniors in the three bands all got together to take pictures together for their last appearance. I just did my Keenan training, which is something that all of us are mandated to do periodically. It's kind of interesting. When you go back over it, you see new things in the law, and that's kind of something that we all have to do, and it's pretty good. Also, with the Great Oaks Band, they were performing in Escondido this weekend, and they won the competition. Congratulations to Jerry Rutz and all the teachers and students and people like Enrique Perez, who are supporters of the band, who do all that work for them. It's really nice. Had a really great visit at Tony Tobin. Got to see a lot of children of people I know. Participated in the walk and roll at Vail Ranch Middle School, where we encourage kids to wear their bike helmets. And each of them got a certificate. Everyone who participated got a restaurant certificate, thanks to all our supporters in the community. I just wanted to correct something someone said during public comments about our district being administratively top-heavy. We are the second lowest district in terms of being top-heavy, in terms of the ratio of supervisors to teachers. We have 15.6 teachers per supervisor, whereas Corona Norco has 12.5. So we are way, way down in that, and I just wanted to correct that misinformation that was spread at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, Mrs. Barclay, or Mrs. Wurzma, whoever.
Thanks. On the positive note, I have been very busy. I did not realize until I looked at my calendar to think back about what's happened since the last board meeting. I volunteered at homecoming. I headed up the cheer clinic for the little girls over at TV, which was super fun. And then we had our pink game on Thursday night. And they were so adorable. It was very fun. I helped with stunt tryouts. I went to the Great Oak game because finally TV's game was on a Thursday, so I go to Great Oak on Friday. And I spoke with the band director and the drum major. I think that's what they're called, that they lead the band. They were so awesome. They came over and talked to me. 3 females lead that entire marching band. It was really, really cool. They were so adorable. I went to Vail Elementary, and wow. Okay, I mean, wow. If you guys can go to Vail, it gives me chills. That Mr. Evans took me there, and I got the behind the scenes because that was his former school. And Mrs. Rounds and Miss Allen took us around, and hearing the story of where that school has come from to where they are now, and I mean, there's excitement there. The classrooms were amazing. Kids were learning with technology and manipulatives and pen and paper in groups. I couldn't believe it. When I was in elementary school, if someone had put me with a partner in the hall to work on a project, we would not be working on a project. And these kids were so focused. We went to the special education classrooms, and they were amazing. The aides and the teachers were incredible. The work they do with those children was awesome. The kids were fantastic. I made so many friends there. So great. I loved it. That was amazing. a special acknowledgement to Ella, who came and did the pledge tonight. She is one of my daughter's very, very good friends, and she was awesome. And Alyssa from Great Oak, I saw her at the Taylor Swift movie, and she gave me this bracelet, so I had to wear it tonight. Fellow Swiftie. I also am attending Masters in Governance. I'm doing the virtual version, and so we have school board members from all over the state. It is, as Joe has mentioned, super time consuming, but also really, really helpful, and I would encourage all of our board members to attend that. You learn so much and network with other board members. It's really, really helpful. I am a little sad tonight. Well, okay, I am very happy that we passed all of the COLA for all of the groups tonight. That was awesome. I'm proud of this board for coming together and doing that because it's very, very well deserved. I am sad that we did not hear about our students tonight. I feel like we were focused on a lot of other things besides literally what's happening in our schools, and I missed that from this board meeting. And I feel for our teachers. I feel like from night one, from our very first board meeting, they were put in a position where they had to defend themselves. It was never, I hear the word activist teachers all the time. I think of our teachers as defenders because, like I've said many times, a year ago there wasn't a soul in this room. And now our teachers feel the need to come out and defend themselves, defend their profession, defend their students. I see it time and time again. And the fact that we drove them to the point of having to make a really hard decision between working their contract hours and possibly not being there for students. I know that was a really hard decision for our teachers. They don't take that lightly, but our teachers deserve better, and they do have to stand up for themselves. And I, my own kid and her friends were really sad about it, but they understand and they support the teachers. But I'm really glad that we came to where we are now, and hopefully this will not happen again. So yeah, I'm looking forward to, hopefully I'm doing the what's it called, roll and to school? Walk and roll. I'm supposed to be there in the morning at Lasenia, so I told them if the board meeting gets out early enough, I'll be there, so hopefully I'll be there, so thanks.
So for me, a highlight of my day, I'm sure you've seen the sign, Classified does rock. Let me tell you, I was thrilled to be out there with them today for about an hour and just to spend some time. I talked to Juan a couple nights ago, and it's so cool because he described his custodian job like I've never heard. I'm like, you need to come and share that, because he said, I'm a counselor, I'm maintenance, I clean up the trash, I'm a counselor. I mean, he just went through all the things. There were 5 or 6 different things, and I said, that is beautiful, what you just said. And of course, he didn't want to come speak, so I wanted to speak on his behalf and just say, it was really sweet to talk to them, and I think we all need to be sure we're not taking each other for granted. And just so you know out there, I've advocated for more for you. I still do, because I've heard the stories across the board, and you're just so valued in so many ways. And I'm going to say a positive, so don't worry when I say Mr. Enriquez's name tonight, because it was great to be out there and have that conversation where we got to kind of talk about what happened in the past and make amends. And that is where real beauty is when we choose to communicate one-on-one and say, maybe it shouldn't have gone down this way. I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for this. It was just sweet. That's all I can say. And I just appreciated his heart out there. And he said, I have a heart for my people. And I could see it. And that's what's hard as a board, is you have so many different people that you're trying to take care of. And I just felt that from him, and I feel it for each one of us. We care about our kids. We do care about our teachers. We do care about classified on all levels, and our administration. But there's also times where we have to have hard truths and discussions that are awkward. Maybe things look different, maybe they don't. It's just important to respect each other. These past few weeks have been a lot of fun. I got to go to Chaparral's homecoming with the Grease theme, and the kids were amazing. The Puma Pit was incredible. And then Dr. K ended up catching the ball on the field goal. He said, I think I'm going to catch this. And the student kicked the ball, and he went running. And sure enough, I filmed it. Pretty cool. I told him if the announcer had known, he could have yelled, and Dr. Komrosky could have run all the way down the field. It was awesome, and it was just so much fun and a good reminder to me, take time to have fun. You know, with the board, we go through so many technicalities, and just going and seeing the kids and the joy was a blessing for me. My Summit Academy tour was awesome. Keith Moore, he's a Golden. He showed me around. Dr. Velez was there, also Mrs. Deus. We got to see the truck pull in with all the library books. That was neat just to see the excitement and feel the momentum and hear the construction on the campus. I love the fact that they're going to have older students there, middle school, in addition to the littles. I just think that interaction is going to be awesome for the littles to look up and for the older to know, hey, I have a responsibility, you know, to be in check. I just think the dynamic there is outstanding. So shout out. They also have over 100 parents in the PTSA group, which is awesome. It was an honor to attend the TV, I was the TV USD representative at the Eastern Municipal Water District's celebration in French Valley, and it included Livornia Elementary receiving the benefits of future pipelines and recycled water, something I knew nothing about, kind of like Dr. Komrosky going through all his information, just whoosh. But hearing about water, we just take it for granted. So to hear what the city's doing, how our schools can benefit, how they can keep some things green around here. It was neat to be the face of TVUSD there. I also had the really special opportunity to visit the Great Oak Fellowship Bible Club. And I think somebody mentioned at the mic that it was Dr. Komrosky. It was me, actually, and I so enjoyed that. I was just there for about a half an hour at a lunch period, got to encourage our students, shake their hands, talk a little bit about being a board member, but mainly just being there to encourage them. And, you know, coming out of that, I would just encourage our students out there, make sure that all clubs respect all clubs. Never should the students feel like there's that angst or that they're targeted. I think there needs to be that respect. And I loved being there just to encourage them. What else? I also want to say, as far as the students writing in about the teachers and the salaries, I really appreciated that. Some of the best letters that I got were not from adults. It was from our students. And I really appreciated the fact that they were honest and respectful. And I felt like I could answer a few questions and they replied back. And I just thought that is an indicator of where our students are, and we should be so proud that they had questions, they listened, and we were able to have good dialogue. Vail Ranch, I'm going to close with this. Such an awesome school. And I know we heard from, I think, Mr. White, the coach for cross country. He emailed and said, Vail Ranch is the main training ground for Great Oak National and State Champion Cross Country Program, one of all of Temecula's top athletic teams. It's a 15-time state champion and one-time national champion cross-country program. That is something that we should put at the top of all sports funding lists, and I agree. These kids will go on to Great Oak High School to become the next state and national champions for Temecula. Without even a little funding for this program, I feel its future could be doomed, and they may stop altogether or simply become mediocre. Shout out to McKenna Mitchell, grade 8, school and meet record holder. She led the way with the fastest girl time of the day. There were 22 medals achieved by individuals, 2 first-place team plaques, 6th and 7th grade boys. Girls finished 2nd overall in the overall team standings. So I just want to end with saying, I hope whether we look at the Olympiad or funding buses, these are the things that I would like to do. Cross country, I heard somebody say it could take $15,000 then for all these kids to be reinvigorated, and the parents, maybe they wouldn't have to pay, or if they can't transport their student, that's really important. If we're all talking about less cell phones and less technology and less, sports need to be more. I'm a big believer in that, so I'm hoping that we can fund this program and look into doing what we need to do and set the precedent, especially for middle school kiddos. They just need it. So with that, thank you for letting me share tonight. I'm glad that we've landed almost at the holidays. I appreciate all of you for being a part of another long night, but I think we have many good things to celebrate.
Thanks, Ms. Wiersma. Just wanted to start off by saying I thank the audience for your endurance outside. When we come out of closed session, and this happens sometimes, Or we're delayed by half an hour, sometimes 45 minutes, just know that we're doing heavy lifting in here. A lot of hard and difficult conversations sometimes going on, and they're very necessary. So we appreciate your patience and bearing with us. And then going back to Mrs. Wiersma, when you say about me catching the field goal, and also there's a bunch of kids out there, and one kid goes, I'm going to catch this thing. And what I did is I went to the smallest kid in the far back, and I go, if I catch it, I'm going to give it right to you. So when I caught it, I gave it to him, and he ran it over to his parents. It was really, really fun. Gave it to the little guy. But it was really fun being at Chaparral, seeing that football game. Masters in Governments, I got one more class. I'm with Mrs. Barclay. You learn a lot there. And like I said I don't know if I said this last time, the finance class was overwhelming. And that's why I was begging for Mrs. Lash's mercy. Please put it in second gear and help me understand all this, unrestricted, restricted, all these different terminology. But I'm really appreciative of that training. It helps me as a board member. Yes, what else? And yeah, the last thing, specifically directed to Mr. Edgar Diaz. This is coming from me. I speak personally here and on behalf of the entire TVUSD board when I say that I think what the TVEA President Edgar Diaz is doing is very unprofessional and undiplomatic. He's supposed to represent the voices of over 1,200 teachers at TVUSD, and not all the teachers agree with his aggressive stance against the current majority of the board. In fact, I know many teachers who do not approve of his current actions. Let me just give you one. There's a fake email sent out looking like it's me, and then you send me a cease and desist. Really? Really? And I know you're hiding behind the wall, so I'll just let you know that I'm looking at you. Very, very unprofessional. And you say, and it's so disingenuous, call me. I'm willing to reach out to the board members. The last person I would ever meet is with you unless I had a lawyer with me, just to be clear. You can't even ask me, hey, was that a fake email on your behalf? You send me a cease and desist. So that's fine. Moreover, he did not poll all the TVEA members before pursuing a recall or, activating the political whatever you're doing over there. Instead, there were rushed emergency meetings at individual school sites with no other avenue to vote. Was that equitable treatment of all the TVEA members? No. To top it off, TVEA and CTA are part of an unprecedented lawsuit against TVUSD at this current time. And if this isn't the TVEA president playing politics, and I don't know what is. And let me go back to the disingenuous, you're willing to meet with board members and you're suing. It's unbelievable. This, once again, shows poor leadership on your part. But maybe it's because you're new to this type of leadership role within TVUSD community. You might be better off as a campaign manager. I'm also sure it's only a matter of time until the majority of the TVEA members figure this out. That said, I've heard from some school teachers that they support a recall of you. An election's coming up for you in December. That's just what I've heard through a friend. Also, I want the audience to know this. Mr. Diaz taunted my family at the last board meeting, pacing up and down. My father-in-law and my wife over there. Yes, you. Don't harass my family, Mr. Diaz. Again, it's acting like a child. You're supposed to be a leader. You're supposed to act like a professional when you're in this district office. You don't harass my family. That's just unbelievable. And to top it off, that's after you already harassed Mr. Gonzalez's kids by targeting them at what school they go to. That's right. And so that's just two instances of how you lack poor leadership. But to harass my wife, I'm sorry. I just got to call you out. And other than that, thank you, Dr. Velez.
Okay, so this past week I was able, last week I was able to take a visit to Tony Tobin with Mr. Schwartz. And I will say that I have a huge shout out to those teachers and the admin on that site. It was one incredible visit with the most amazing instruction and evidence of learning on the walls, and seeing just the excitement in all the students' eyes as they're all fully engaged into all the lessons. It was quite inspiring. I loved every minute of it. I think I saw Mrs. Leone here earlier today, and we were talking. Today was an exciting day with college and career kickoff at all of our high schools. They had activities for all freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors on all of our campuses. The outstanding counseling teams and the techs created all kinds of activities to be able to highlighted career as well as college opportunities. Particularly at Temecula Valley High School, they had several teachers create a video sharing their own journey from high school to college and all the way through. And I think by the end of the day, they had a pizza party to celebrate. I want to speak that I know I can speak for myself and the assistant superintendents that we are grateful for the 4-1 vote tonight, approving TVEA and management salaries increase. Again, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I will pass on the appreciation to our staff, and thank you to the rest of the board. I will pass on your appreciation as well. I want our staff to know, if you're still up and watching, or if you watch this tomorrow, that our outstanding payroll department has been working diligently to update salary schedules, preparing for tonight, and we'll have these salary schedules updated for the October paycheck. This means that staff will have their raise in time for the increase in medical premiums this month. So a big thank you to them in payroll. Thank you, Ms. Lash, for helping make that happen. All retro and off-schedule payments will follow. And lastly, I'm going to wrap it up because it's been a really long night, but I would like to thank our community member who's in the back corner of the room, who will go unnamed, who actually brought all of the staff in the superintendent's office and the ESS department cookies this morning. And just thank you for your appreciation and your kindness. You've done that more than once, and I think on these long board meeting days, nothing to get us through like cookies. So I thank you for that.
Thanks, Dr. Velez. And I forgot to add, yes, I'm really grateful for the district staff, the subs, and the teachers, and that should have went in my board comments as well. So I'm pretty stoked for all those raises as well. Future agenda items, staff will present information on the following agenda items for the next regular board meeting on November 14, 2023. Intra and inter-district transfer/enrollment, GATE program update, family engagement and community support annual review.
So we will be hearing about those at the meeting next time? Just confirming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so announcement of the next meeting. The next regular open session business meeting of the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for November 14, 2023. The meeting adjournment. The meeting is adjourned on Tuesday, October 17, 2023 at 11:08 p.m.